What's up guys, my name is Clayton and in this video we are going to build this full stack web page form builder. Let me show a quick demo. We are going to create a new form called Demo for YouTube. We can design our form by dragging and dropping form elements over the designer. We can customize the properties of each element, and every element type has its unique set of properties. We can preview the form at any time using the preview dialog. After defining the form, we can publish it and share the URL to collect submissions. We can view the form statistics and submissions on the details page. We can access and share the form submission page. Let's try submitting the form. You will observe the validation errors we've set on our fields. Now let's fill out the form and submit it. Let's begin building this project. We are going to create our application with NextJs. So open the terminal and type npx create -next-app at latest. Press enter, set a name for the application, in my case will be page-form, and then select all the default options. Let's open the project with VS Code. The first step that we are going to do is to set up the authentication with Clerk. So let's go in the Clerk documentation and let's follow the tutorial on how to use Clerk with Next.js. So first of all, we are going to install Clerk Next.js. So let's open back our terminal. I'm going to copy the command, paste it, and press enter. Perfect. Now let's move to the second point. Let's go back to our Project Explorer. Let's create the .env file. And inside, we are going to copy our Clerk keys. And we can find those keys in the Clerk dashboard. So let's go there. Then you can sign in or sign up. So I'm going to sign in. And remember that Clerk has a free plan that does not require credit card. So let's go and create our application. I will name mine PageForm. And I will use the default providers, but you can add as many as you want. So let's go and click Create Application. And now I can copy these environment variables and paste on my .env file. Now let's go back to the Clerk documentation and let's follow the point 3. So back in our Project Explorer, let's open the layout.tsx file. So let's copy this import. And now let's wrap the HTML tag with Clerk provider. Perfect. Now let's go to the point 4 of the tutorial and back to our Project Explorer, and in the root folder, let's add a file called middleware.ts. Let's copy the content from the documentation and let's paste it. And by doing this, we are protecting our routes by unauthorized access. Now back to the documentation and let's follow the point 5. What we are going to do is to create our sign in and sign up pages. So let's go back to our app directory and let's create a auth group folder, so auth. And you can notice that I've wrapped auth with parentheses. By doing this, I'm creating a folder that has no impact on our route, but is used in order to organize the code. And within this folder, I'm going to create my sign-in route. And then inside the sign-in folder, I'm going to create a catch-all segment like this. Sign in, and let's close it. Then inside the catch-all segment, I'm going to create page.tsx. And then let's copy the content from the build your sign-in page documentation, so this tab here, inside our page.tsx file. Now we can do the same for the sign up. So let's duplicate the sign in folder. Let's rename it sign up. Let's also rename the catch-all segment into sign up. And then inside the page.tsx file, we are going to copy page tab content inside our file. Now let's scroll the documentation down. And you can see that we have to update our environment variables. So let's open back the .env file. And let's copy those environment variables and let's paste it. Then let's go and start the development server, so npm run dev. And then let's visit localhost 3000. And as you can see, we are being redirected to the sign in page. So let's try to sign in. And as you can see, after signing in, we have been redirected to our index page because we have set this behavior in the environment variables. Now, in order to log out, we have to use a custom component exported by Clerk, and this component is the user button, as you can see in the documentation, but we will use it later on our navbar layout. Now, before moving ahead, let's check our final result. As you can see, we have a top navbar that contains our logo, our theme switcher, and the user button. And we also have the main content of our application. Now we are going to define our main layout. So let's go back to our application, back to VS Code, and let's open the terminal. Now we are going to install Shadcn UI, which is an amazing UI library built on top of Redux UI and Tailwindcss. So let's go back to our terminal and type npx shadcn-ui at latest space init. Select yes for TypeScript, select the New York style, slate color, leave the default value for global CSS file, select yes for CSS variables, leave the default Tailwind config.js location, leave the default alias components, also leave the default alias for utils, and select yes for React server components. Press enter, and now we are going to install all the components that we need for our application. So let's type in the terminal npx shadcn UI at latest add. Now you can do cherry picking and pick only the components that you need, but in my case, for simplicity, I'm gonna pick them all, pressing the letter A, and then I will press enter in order to install them. Press enter again. Now, in order to handle dark mode, we are going to install Next Themes. So let's type in our terminal npm install next themes. Then let's go to the Project Explorer. Inside the Components folder, let's create a folder called Providers. Within this folder, let's create a file called themeprovider.tsx, and then let's copy the code inside the documentation in our themeprovider.tsx file. Now let's go back to our app layout file, and we are going to wrap the body with the theme provider like this. And let's import the theme provider from components provider, theme provider. Perfect, now let's go and create our main layout. So back to our Project Explorer, inside our app folder, let's create a dashboard group folder, so inside parentheses. And inside, let's create the file layout.tsx. And now let me show a snippet that we will use often in this video, called RFCE. And the snippet is provided by this extension, called ES7 React Redux React Native Snippets. Now back to our code, I will rename this layout. Then we will give to the layout a children of type children React node, and you can import this from React. And let's replace layout with children. Now let's open the page.tsx file, and then let's remove all the content, and let's add a div instead with hello inside. Now let's go back to the layout file inside the dashboard folder, and then we are going to style our div. Flex call min age screen, min with full background max age screen. Then within the div we are going to put a nav tag. Then let's also add a main tag, and let's put our children inside. We are going to style the main tag, flex window full, flex grow. Then let's go back to the nav tag, and inside let's add a logo component, a theme switcher component, and also a user button that we can import from Clerk NextJs. Then let's set the after sign out URL property to the sign in route. Let's close this. Now we are going to create our logo and our theme switcher. So back to our components folder, let's create theme switcher.tsx. This will require user interaction, so we are going to mark this with use client in order to make it a client component. And I'm going to use RFC snippet. Then we are going to use the use theme hook, so const theme set theme equal use theme, and you can import use theme from next themes. Then we are going to check if the component is mounted, so set mounted equal use state false. Now we will use the mounted state in order to avoid the redirection errors. So if is not mounted, we are going to return null. And we need this because at server render time, we don't know if the user has set it up a dark theme or a light theme. So what we are going to do is to return null if the component is not mounted, but if it's mounted, we are going to return the theme switcher. Now we need to set mounted to true when the components mount, and to do that we can use effect. So use effect, and on the first render we are going to set mounted to true. Let's add the empty dependency array. And now we can go and implement our actual code. So now let's go back to our div, and let's replace it with tabs component that you can import from UI tabs. Inside we are going to use tabs list, and you can import it from UI tabs. And inside the tabs list we will have 3 tabs trigger that you can import from UI tabs. Now let's set the default value to be theme in our tabs component. Let's style the tabs list with class name border. And then to the first tabs trigger, we are going to set the value property to light, and also the onClick event set theme light. Let's put a sun icon inside the tabs trigger, sun icon, and you can import it from Redux UI React icons. And let's style it to be h1.2 rem and a width of the same size, so 1.2 rem. Let's close the tag. Now let's go back to our application, and let's define also the logo in order to get rid of these errors. So inside the components folder, let's create logo.tsx, and I'm using RFC. Let's go back to our layout.tsx file. Let's import both the logo and the theme switcher from our component. But I think I have a typo here, so theme switcher. And also here, so let's rename it theme switcher. Let's go back to our layout file and let's import it. Perfect. Now, before moving on with the theme switcher component, let's style the navbar, flex, justify between, border bottom, border color of type border, a fixed height of 60 pixels, padding X4, and also padding Y2. Now let's wrap the theme switcher and the user button inside a div, and let's style the div to be flex gap4 items center. And then let's add the items center to our navbar in order to center the logo. Perfect. Now back to the theme switcher component. Then we are going to copy the tabs trigger, paste it 2 times. Let's replace this light with dark, also here. And we are going to use moon icon that you can import from Redux UI React icons. We are also going to give a custom style to the moon icon, so let's also add rotate 90, transition all, and on dark rotate 0. And as you can see, when I switch back from light to dark, the moon is rotating. Then we are going to edit the last tab trigger, so let's go to replace light with system, set theme system, and we are going to change a sun icon with a desktop icon that you can import from Redux UI React icons. Let's try it. Perfect. And lastly, let's comment this, so avoid redirection errors. Perfect, we are done with the theme switcher component. Let's go back to our logo.tsx file, and let's replace the div with a link component that we can import from next link. Let's write PageForm inside. Then we are going to set href to our link to be our index page. And lastly, we are going to style it, so font bold, text 3XL, background gradient to air from indigo 400 to cyan 400, text transparent, background clip. And by doing this, we are applying a gradient to our text. And lastly, on over cursor pointer. Now let's check again our final application. And as you can notice, the background color is different. This happens because I used a custom Shadcn UI theme, and I will show you now how to change it. So let's go to UI-shadcn.com, click themes, click customize, and then you can change everything. You can choose the color that you want, the radius, etc. In my case, I'm going to use the gray color. So I'm going to click copy code, copy. Then let's go back to the Project Explorer. Let's open the globals.css file, and let's remove the layer base that contains our colors, and let's paste the new one. Now let's go and check our application, and you can see that we have changed the color to match the color on the final result. That's how simple it is to change colors and customize everything with Shadcn components. Of course, you can customize everything, add new colors, and change the default values with new ones. Now back to our code, let's go and check our final result. And as you can see, we have some cards with statistics. and also a create new form button that opens a dialog. So let's go back to VS Code and let's open the terminal. And let's type npm install Prisma save dev. Then let's type npx Prisma init. And now we are going to create our PostgreSQL database on Vercel, which has a free plan that not requires credit card. So let's go to vercel.com and then you have to sign in or sign up if you don't have an account. After login, you can go to storage and click create database. Choose Postgres, click continue, accept, choose a name for the database, in my case will be PageForm, and then select a region for your database. In my case, it will be Germany, because it's closer to me. So I will have a lower ping. Perfect. Now let's click on the Prisma tab. Let's copy this code. Let's go back in our Project Explorer. Inside the Prisma folder, let's open the schema.prisma file. And then let's replace the data source DB snippet with the one that we have copied in the dashboard. Then let's go and open the .env file. And let's go back to our vercel.com dashboard and click .env.local. Then copy the snippet. And then inside the .env file, let's replace the database URL with the copied one. We can delete all these variables, Postgres user, host, password, and database, and also the Postgres URL. So you have to maintain Postgres Prisma URL and Postgres URL non-pooling. Now let's go back to our schema.prisma file, and let's start to define our database tables. And I want to point something out. For this project, you can still use SQLite database. You are not forced to use Postgre database, so you can choose what you use. The code will be compatible with both of them. Now let's go here and let's type model form and also model for submissions. Let's start by defining the fields of our form. So we will have an ID of type int. Let's mark it as the ID of the table, and also default auto increment. This will be the primary key of our table. Then we are going to add user ID of type string, which is the owner of the form, created at datetime field that has a default value of now. Then we will have a published boolean field with a default value of false. Then name of type string, description of type string with a default value of an empty string. Then we will have a content string field which will contain our JSON stringified form. So the default value for this will be a string that contains an empty array. Then we will have visits of type int with a default value of 0 and submissions of type int with a default value of 0. And you can argue that we can avoid the submission field because we can just count the form submissions for this form, but that will be simply slower. So in this case, I think this field is a good idea. Then we will have a share URL, which is a string, and the default value is a UID. And we are doing this because we don't want to share our internal ID with other users. Now let's move to our model form submissions. So we will also have an ID of type int. Let's mark it ID and also default auto increment. Then we will have created at field of type datetime with a default value of now. A form ID, which we will use for our relation with the form model, which is an int. The form of type form, which is a relation on the fields form ID that references the field ID on the form. And lastly, we are going to add the content, which is a string, which will contain the JSON stringified form submission. So we only need those two models in order to make this application. So let's open back our terminal and let's type npx prisma migrate dev. I'm calling the migration initdb. Perfect. Now let's type npx prisma studio, and as you can see, we have a UI for our database, and we can see that we have two models inside form and form submissions that right now are empty tables. Before going ahead with the code, let's go back to our Project Explorer. Let's open the .git in your file, and let's add to local env files also the .env file to our git in your. By doing this, we are going to prevent publishing important and sensible information like database connection URLs and clerk secret key to our public repository. So make sure to double check this. Let's go and check our final result again. And what we are going to do now is to create stats cards and also the create new form button. So back to our application, and let's remove this unused import. Then let's go and style the div with container and padding top 4. Then let's create another component called card stats wrapper. And now we need a way to get our statistics from the database. So let's go back in the Project Explorer. Let's open the next.config.js file. And inside the configuration, let's add experimental ServerActions to true. And I'm going to use ServerActions instead of REST APIs because I think that in the next month we will have the stable release that basically in full stack applications like this will completely replace REST APIs. So now back to the Project Explorer and let's create in the root folder a folder called Actions. And within this folder, let's create form.ts file. Let's mark this file with use server. And now we are going to export a sync function, get form stats. Inside this function, we are going to take the current user. So const user equal current user, which is a function exported by clerk NextJs. If the user is null, we are going to throw an error and we are going to declare a custom error. So class user not found error extends error. And then if the user is null, throw new user not found error. Now we need a way to access to our database and we will use Prisma for that. So back to the Project Explorer, inside the lib folder, let's create a file called prisma.ts. And we are going to use this code that you can find in the Prisma docs in order to create our Prisma client because we are just using a singleton pattern in order to avoid some problems with Next.js and hot reloading. So let's go back to our form.ts file. And now const stats equal Prisma, and you can import it from lib Prisma, .form.aggregate, and we are going to use aggregate because we want to get the sum of all the visits and submissions. Let's add a where filter, where user ID equal user.id, but we get the error that, okay, this is a promise, so we have to await it, I forgot it. And then we are going to take the sum of the visits, so visits true, and also submissions. Then we declare const visits equal stats._sum.visits or 0. And we are going to do this because visits can be null, and this happens when you don't have records. So let's do this, and also const submissions stats sum submissions or 0. Then we are going to calculate the submission rate, so const submission rate. Let's go back to our end result, and as you can see we have total visits, total submissions, submission rate, and bounce rate. So let's go and define the formulas for those two fields. Let's go back to our application, and then we can calculate the submission rate only if visits are not 0. So let's change it to be let submission rate 0, and then if visits greater than 0, then submission rate equal to submissions divided by visits. Let's wrap those in parentheses, and then let's multiply for 100 because those are percentage. And lastly, we are going to calculate the bounce rate. So what we can do is const bounce rate equal 100 minus submission rate. And finally, we are going to return everything. So visits, submissions, submission rate, bounce rate. Now let's go back to our page.tsx file. Now to our card stats wrapper, we can add const stats equals await get form stats. You can import those from actions form. Let's mark the function async. Then we are going to add a stats card component that we have to define with a loading state false, and the data takes stats. And remember that every component created with this new app folder is a server component by default, and you can turn it in a client components by using the use client directive at the top. But in our case, we are going to use server components add suspense to wrap those components in order to show a loading state. So let's go and do that. And before proceeding, let's go and check our final application. Let's reload the page. And as you can see, there is a loading state while loading the information. So back to our application, and let's create function stats cards. And also let's change this to become stat cards. We are going to give it some properties of type stats cards props. And let's go and define interface stat cards props. Inside we have data. And we are going to type the data with return type of get for stats. So basically we are going to infer the return type of this function. And as you can see, the data contains the right fields. But there is a problem because it says that is a promise. So in order to get rid of the promise type, we are going to wrap everything with the awaited keyword. So let's do this. And now, as you can see, data is typed correctly. Then let's also add a loading boolean. Now back to our stats cards function. So we are going to deconstruct the properties. So data loading equal props. And then I'm going to create a stat card for each property. So we are going to return a div container. Let's style it. Full width, padding top 8, gap 4, grid calls 1. And we will make this responsive. So on MD breakpoint, we will have 2 grid columns. And on large breakpoint, we will have grid calls 4. Now inside our div, let's add a stats card component that we are going to define later on. And let's add some properties to it. So a title, the first one will be total visits. And now I want to use a custom icon for each card component. And for icons, we are going to use React icons. So let's open back our terminal. And let's type npm install React icons, save. Perfect. And basically how React icons work is that each icon has a small prefix. As you can see, BS, for example, for the bootstrap icons, CI for the circum icons, etc. And you can import each icon from React icons / and then you can put the prefix of the icon. So back to our project, let's add an icon property to our stat card. And inside I'm gonna use view icon that I will style with a color, so text blue 600. And then I'm going to import view from React icons LU. And I forgot to close the icon tag. Then let's add an helper text, all time form visits. Then let's set a value, data.visits to locale string in order to format this number with the local formatting options. Then let's add the loading property, which will take loading. And lastly, we are going to add a custom style to our card, so class name, shadow MD, shadow blue 600. Now we are going to define our stats card component, so function stats card, and let's define the properties of the card. We will have title, value, icon, helper text, loading, and class name. Then we will add a type for these properties, so title of type string, value of type number, helper text of type string, class name of type string, loading of type boolean, and icon of type React node that you can import from React. Then let's change, I have an error here because toLocaleString is transforming my visit number into a string, so let's change the value type from number to string. Then inside the stats card component, we are going to return a card component that you can import from components UI card. Inside the card component, we will use a card header, and all the card components that we are going to use from this section will be imported from components UI card. So inside we are going to put a card title that you can import from components UI card. And inside the title, we are going to see our title property. Then we are going to add the class name property to the card. And also I forgot to import card header. Then after the card title, we are going to show our icon. Then after the card header tag, we will add a card content component that you can import from components UI card. And inside, we are going to add a div, let's style it, text to XL font bold, and inside the div we are going to see a loading skeleton if the loading properties is set to true, otherwise we will see the value. So let's conditionally render the skeleton. If loading, then skeleton, and you can import it from components UI skeleton. And inside the skeleton, we are going to put a span that contains 0. Now, in order to see our current result, let's replace the hello string with a suspense component exported by React that contains our card stats wrapper. Now, let's also add a fallback component, and what we are going to see while loading our stats cards component is stats cards loading true. Now it's complaining that data props is missing, so we are going to make this property optional. And now we have another complaint because data is possibly null, or undefined. So we are going to use the question mark and give it a fallback value, which is an empty string. Now let's try it again, let's refresh the application, and as you can see, I'm seeing my skeleton. Now back to our stat cards. Now let's make the skeleton to appear. And you may think why we are using this span. And we are using the span element in order to set the skeleton to the height of the text size. So let's make this opacity 0 in order to hide that. But the skeleton, as you can see, maintains the right height. Then let's restore the loading condition. And then after the loading is done, we are going to see our value. Perfect. Now let's go and add our helper text. So a p tag, and let's style it. TextXS, text muted foreground, which is a custom color that we have defined in our theme, as you can see. And then padding top 1. Inside this tag, we will have the helper text property. Then let's go and style the card header. So flex row, item center, justify between, padding bottom 2. And lastly, we are going to style the card title, text SM font medium, text muted foreground. Now back to our wrapper, and now we are going to add 3 more cards. So let's start with the second one. Let's change total visit with total submissions. Let's change the color to yellow, all time submissions, and let's replace visits with submissions. And also the blue shadow with a yellow shadow. Perfect. Now let's copy and paste it again. So now we will have the submission rate card. Let's change the color to green. Also here. Let's change the value to submission rate. And also the helper text will become visits that result in form submission. Now let's paste it another time. And don't worry, we will change the icons at the end. So let's change the title to be bounce rate. Let's replace the green color with a red one. Let's replace the helper text with the visits that live without interacting. Perfect. Let's change the icons and we are done. So for the submission, I'm going to use FA VP forms. For the submission rate, I'm going to use HI cursor click. And for bounce rate, I'm going to use TB arrow bounce. Now let's go back to our imports and let's add import FA VP forms from React icons. FA, then import HI cursor click from React icons, HI. And the last one is import TB arrow bounce from React icons TB. Perfect. As you can see, the result is almost the same, but here we have to add the %sign. So back to our code, let's add the %sign as a string, also here, and we are good. Okay, looks great. Now let's go back to our home component, and after the suspense, let's add a separator that you can import from components UI separator with a class name margin Y6. Copy it, paste it, and between the two separators, let's add a H2 class name text for Excel font bold called span2, and let's write your forms. Then open back the Project Explorer, go in the Components folder, and inside create a file called CrateForm button.tsx. Let's use client directive, and then RFC to create our button. Then let's go back to the dashboard page, and after the separator, let's add the create form button. Now back to our create form button. Then let's go and import dialog, dialog content, dialog description, dialog footer, dialog header, dialog title, dialog trigger from ./UI/dialog. Then we are also going to import two icons that we will use. So import bs file earmark plus from React icons/bs. And also import imSpinner2 from React icons/im. Now let's go into the component and replace the div with a dialog. Let's put a dialog trigger inside, and let's add as child property. Inside the dialog trigger, we will add a button that you can import from UI button, and let's type create new form. Then after the dialog trigger, let's add a dialog header, and within it, let's add a dialog title. The title will be create form, and after the dialog title, let's add a dialog description, and the content will be create a new form to start collecting responses. Now, as you can see, I forgot to wrap everything inside the dialog content. So let's do that. And now if I click the button, as you can see, the dialog is showing. Now, let's go back to the code. And after the dialog header, let's add a div. And we will style it. So flex call gap4 and py4. And now we are going to show our form inside the dialog. So go back to the imports. And let's add import form control, form description, form field, form item, form label, form message. And we are going to import those from ./UI/form. Let's fix this typo. Then we are going to import Zod resolver from @hookForm resolvers/Zod. Then import star as z from Zod. Now, before our component, let's create the const form schema equals zod.object name, which will be Zod string with a min length of 4, and also description field, which will be Zod string optional. Now let's go back to our component, then type const form equal use form, and you can import the hook from React hook form. And let's give a type to this form to be zod.infer type of form schema. And then we are going to pass some options to the use form hook. So we are going to add the resolver, which will be Zod resolver of the form schema. Perfect. Now let's declare a onSubmit function that takes the values, and we are going to infer the values from the type of form schema. So what we can do in order to avoid duplicating this line is to declare type form schema type equal, and let's paste this code. Now we can use form schema type, and also here we can use form schema type. And now, as you can see, the values are typed correctly. Then for now, let's do a console log of the values. Then let's go back to our dialog, and after the dialog header closing tag, we are going to add a form tag, and we will spread the form inside this form component, and this form is the result of the use form hook. And inside the form, we are going to use a HTML form. Let's set the onSubmit function with form handle submit onSubmit. Then let's go style it, space y2. Let's close the tag, and inside our form, let's add a form field, which will be controlled by our form.control. And let's give a name to the field that will be controlled, so name. And as you can see, the form is inferring the types from our schema. So let's pick name. Then we will have a render field. Okay, let me center the code. And the render field takes some arguments and returns a React node. So in our case, it will return a form item. And we will put something inside later on. Now let's put the mouse over the arguments, and as you can see, the arguments that we are getting contains a field object, a field state and a form state. And now we need just the field properties. So let's replace this with field. And inside the form item, we will have a form label. So let's put name inside. A form control. Let's put an input inside and let's spread the field to the input. Then let's import the input from components UI input, as you can see. And then let's add the form message. Now we can close our form field tag. Let's save it and let's see if everything is working. Yeah, looks good. Then let's copy this form field, let's paste it, and let's replace the name with the description field. So name description, form label description, and everything should be fine. Now let's go and replace our input with a text area component that you can import from UI Textarea. And let's set rows to 5. And then after the form, let's add a dialog footer. And inside, let's add a button. And let's put save inside. Let's style the button. So class name, full width, and margin top 4. Perfect. Then we are going to disable this button. So disabled when the form is submitting. So form state is submitting. Let's do the same inside. So let's remove the save text. And if the form state is not submitting, we are going to show a span with the save inside. Otherwise, if the form state is submitting, we are going to see a spinner. So I am spinner 2. And then let's add the animation to this icon. So class name animate spin. Now, in order to try it, let's invert the condition. Okay, let's restore the condition. And then on button click, we are going to submit the form. So on click, form handle submit, on submit. Now let's go back to our on submit function and let's remove the log function. Let's add a try catch block. Inside the catch, we are going to show an error toast. So let's use toast and you can import it from UI use toast. That takes a title. So error, a description, something went wrong, please try again later. And the variant, which will give the color to our toast, will be destructive. Now we need to make an extra step in order to show the toast, so let's go back to our application. Let's go in the main layout.tsx file, which is under the app directory. And let's add after the children a toaster component that you can import from components UI toaster. Let's add a self-closing tag. And now let's go back to our create column button. Now we need a backend function that creates the form on our database. So let's go back to our actions folder. Let's open the form.ts file and let's create another function. So export async function, create form, and we will have data parameter. And we already know that data will be an object that contains name of type string and also description of type string or undefined. But there is a better approach for the typing of the data because we can share the ZOD schema between client and server. So let's go back to our project explorer. Let's create a new folder in the root of our project called schemas. Inside this folder, let's create a file called form.ts. Now let's move back to the create form button file. And let's copy the const form schema and also the type form schema type. We are going to cut from here and paste on our schema file. Now let's go back and import z from ZOD. And now I'm going to export the schema and also the schema type. Perfect. Now let's go back to our create form button. Let's fix these imports. So we can import form schema type from schemas form. And we can do the same for the form schema. So we are going to import it from schemas form. Now I'm going to use organize imports in order to remove unused imports. And now we can replace this type with form schema type. And as you can see, if we check the type of our data, it will be an object with a name property and a description property, which is optional. Now I want to show you something else. So let's add a console log and let's put name on server and also data.name. So now let's open the terminal in order to see the logs and let's go back to our create form button.tsx. Inside the try catch, we are going to await create form function, which can be imported from actions form. And inside we are going to pass values. Let's make this function async. And after this await function, we are going to show a success message. So title success, description form created successfully. So let's try it. For example, 1, 2, 3, 4. And nothing happens. I don't have any error, which is strange. Let's check back. Oh yeah, I got it. We have to remove the arrow function. So let's put the onClick event like this. Let's try again. Let's reload the page. Now let's put, for example, personal. Let's save it. And as you can see, the name received on the app server is personal. Now let's go back in our onSubmit function. And let's try to add a custom name with a fixed length of 3. Let's try it now. And as you can notice, our server is not validating the data because if you remember, the form schema has a constraint on the mean size of the string, but the server is ignoring it. So basically our API is not validating the data that it receives. And we can define this validation step by using the form schema that we already have. So let's go back in our actions folder inside the form.ts file. Now we are going to add the validation step to our CreateForm function. So let's go and write const validation equal form schema dot save parse of data. Now we have to check if not validation dot success, then we are going to throw a new error. Form not valid. So let's go, let's try it. And as you can see, we are receiving an error. Perfect. Now let's go back on our CreateForm button. Let's remove our mock call and let's put values back again. And as you can see, if I call it with a valid string, I will receive the call on the backend. Now let's go back to our action. Let's remove this console log and let's add const user equal await current user. If the user is not defined, we are going to throw new user not found error. If everything is okay, we are going to create our form. So const form equal await prisma.form.create, and inside the options we are going to add data. User ID will be user.id, name will take data.name, and description will take data.description. We can also write less code by destructuring it, so const name description, and we are gonna get those from data. And then let's remove this and also this. Perfect. Let's check if not form, throw new error, something went wrong. Otherwise, we are going to return form.id. Now let's go back to our CreateForm button, and for now, what we can do is just const form ID, and we will use the form ID variable later on, so don't worry about that. For now, we can just log it. So form ID, form ID. Let's check if everything is working fine. So inspect, save, form ID 1. Let's go to our Prisma Studio, let's refresh the form page, and as you can see, we have our form. Perfect. I also forgot a quick fix that we have to do. So let's go back to our schema.prisma, and we are going to add a unique constraint on the name and the user ID. So basically, a user cannot create two forms with the same name. So let's go to the bottom of the form field, add unique name and also user ID. So now let's go back to the terminal and let's type npx prisma migrate dev. Yes. Perfect. Let's go back now to our code. Let's check the final result. And as you can see, we need to style our create new form button. And also we need to create this form card that is displayed for each form that we have created. So let's go back to our application. And let's start by editing the create form button. So let's go and style this button. So class name, group, which is a feature of Tailwind that I will show you later. Border primary 20%, age 190 pixels, item center, justify center, flex call, over border primary, over cursor pointer, border dashed, and also gap 4. Then let's go inside the button and let's add an icon, so BS file earmark plus. Now let's import this. So let's go there. Import from React icons BS. Then let's go back to our button. We are going to style the icon H8, W8, text muted foreground. And now we are going to use this group variable. Basically, we can read the state of the parent element, for example, the over state, and change also the child style. So group over text primary. Now let's try it. And as you can see, on over, the icon changes color. Let's also add a background to this. And then let's wrap the create new form with a p tag. So wrap p. Let's style the p tag, font bold, text XL, text muted foreground, and group over text primary. Then we are going to try another variant, so variant outline, and then let's remove the border background style. We don't need that, I think. Yeah, perfect. Now let's go back to our dashboard page, and then let's wrap the create form button with a div. Let's style the div. We are going to use a grid display. Grid calls 1. So we are going to make it responsive. So on medium breakpoint, we are going to use 2 columns. And on large breakpoint, we are going to use grid calls 3. And let's also add a gap. So as you can see, now we have 2 columns. If I close it more, we have 1 column. If I open it more and I make it wider, I have 3 columns. Now we have to display our forms. So let's go at the bottom of the file and let's create form card skeleton component. And then we are going also to create function form cards. Now inside the form card skeleton, we are going to return a skeleton. So let's go and style the skeleton. Border 2, border primary 20, H 190 pixel, full width. Now let's move to the form cards function. And inside this function, we are going to take our forms. So const forms equal await get forms. Let's mark this function async. And now let's go to our action form.ts file and let's create the get form server action. So let's go back here. So export async function get forms. So we can copy this first part, which is always the same. So we get the current user, and if we are not logged, we are going to throw user not found error. And then we are going to return await Prisma form find many. Let's put our object. So we are going to get all the form where the user ID is user.id. And then we are going to order our forms by the field created at with a descending order. Perfect. Now let's go back in our page.tsx inside the dashboard page.tsx file. And then let's import get forms from actions form. Then we are going to return a fragment that contains our form. So forms.map form. And for each form, we are going to return a form card. Let's add a key to it. So form.id. And also we are going to pass the form. So form. Now let's go and define the form card component. So function form card, which take a form property. And let's type the form with the form that you can import from Prisma client. And as you can see, everything is typed correctly. Then inside the form card, we are going to return a card. Let's put a card header inside. Inside the card header, we will have a card title. And inside the card title, we will have a span. And let's style it to be flex, item center, gap 2, and justify between. And inside the span, we are going to put form.name. Now, before moving on, we are going to display our current results. After the create form button, we are going to use suspense. And inside the suspense, we are going to use form cards. Now let's add a fallback to the suspense, so fallback. And then let's add a fallback to the suspense. So let's add an array with 4 elements. We are going to map over them. And for each element, we are going to return a form skeleton card with the key L. So if you want to increase or decrease the number of skeletons that we are going to show, you can just add or remove elements to this array. It's pretty basic. Now let's try it. So I'm refreshing. Perfect. Now let's go back to our form card component and let's check again our final result. And as you can see, we have the form name, a badge that says if the form is published or not, the created time, and also a description. So let's go back to our project, back to our card. And after the form name, what we are going to do is if form is published, then we are going to show a badge that you can import from components UI badge that says published. Otherwise, let's copy this and paste it. If the form is not published, we are going to see a badge that says draft, and the variant will be destructive. So now I've seen that I've made an error, and I've noticed that it's not styled correctly because the class name that we have put on the span goes to the card title. So let's move it. Then we are going to style the span again. We are going to truncate the text, and also we are going to set the font to bold. Perfect. Now let's try if truncate works. So let's duplicate this in order to make the text overflow. And as you can see, we are truncating it. Perfect. Let's go back. Let's remove this. Then after the card title, we are going to add a card description. Then we are going to add the form created at date. So we are going to use format distance from date FNS that takes two dates. So we are going to add form created at and now, so new date. And the options will be add the suffix true. And as you can see, it says about 1 hour ago. Then we are going to render something if the form is published. So form published, and if it's true, we are going to render a span. Let's style it. Flex item center gap 2. And within the element, we are going to add an icon called Lu view that we have already imported from React icons/lu. And we are going to style this with class name, text, muted foreground. Then we are going to add another span that contains form.visits.toLocale string. Now let's copy those two lines and paste it. Now let's change the second LuView icon with FA VP forms, and we are going to change form visits into form submissions. Now let's check it, so let's revert the condition, and this is the result. Then let's style also card description, flex item center, justify between, text muted foreground, and also text SM. Let's check it. Perfect. Now let's revert back the condition. And then after card header, we are going to add card content. Let's style it. So H20 pixel, truncate, text SM, text muted foreground. And inside we are going to add form description or no description. Perfect. Then we are going to add a card footer that you can import from components UI card. And we are going to add it after the card content. And if the form is published, we are going to see a button that you can import from components UI button that inside has a link component, and you can import it from next link. So we are going to set the href to be /forms/ and then we are going to add form.id. Let's close the link. Inside the link we are going to add view submissions and also an icon called BI right arrow alt. And we are going to import it. So let's go back to our imports. Import from React icons/BI. Now let's also import another icon that we will use later. Import fa edit from React icons FA. Now let's go back to our buttons and let's add some properties to the button. So as child. And with the asChild property, which is a Redux UI primitive, we are going to use the child as the DOM element for the parent button. So for the button element. So our button will render this link component. If we remove the asChild, we will have a button that inside has a link. So let me show you. So let's revert this in order to see the button. Now let's inspect the DOM. Now basically we have this div which is the card footer and you can see it by applying some custom style to it. For example, now as you can see, we have this background red. Now let's remove this, and let's remove the asChild property. And now, as you can see, I have a button that contains the link. And let's go and style the button, so class name, full width, margin top 2, text MD, gap 4. Now let's revert the condition to the original one. Now let's copy and paste this code. Let's revert the condition, and when the form is not published, what we are going to see is a button that contains edit form with the icon fa edit that we have imported earlier. And we are going to change the href URL, so let's change forms with builder. Now we have to do another thing. So we are going to create a new form, let's call it test form. And let's go back to our create form button component inside the file createFormButton.tsx. And you can notice that we have defined this form ID, but we haven't used it yet. Now is time to use it. So let's go at the top of our component and let's define const router equal use router. Now we are going to import use router from next navigation. So let's go back to our code. Let's remove the console log of the form ID. And what we are going to do is router.push /builder/ and then we are going to add the form ID. Now let's try to create a new form, demo form, save. Okay, so let's go back to our home page. Let's go back to the final application and let's see what we are going to build. We are going to build this page builder with drag and drop, heavily based on TypeScript. So let's move on to our application. And I forgot to style the button, so the edit form button, we are going just to say variant secondary. And as you can see, the color has changed. Perfect. Now let's go back to our Project Explorer, and inside the dashboard folder, let's create another folder called Builder. And within it, a dynamic route. So let's create a folder that contains ID inside square brackets. And inside the ID folder, we are going to create layout.tsx, page.tsx. Let's start it with RFC. So let's go back here, RFC. Let's add a children property. So children, let's type it. Children of type React node. And we are going to replace layout with children. Then we are going to add a loading page. So loading.tsx. And basically the loading page will display this spinner while the builder is loading. So back to the loading page. So RFC, I will rename it loading. Let's put a div and let's style it. Flex item center, justify center, full width and full height. So we are going to add a spinner, which is an icon IM spinner number 2. And you can import it from React icons /IM. And then we are going to style the icon, so class name, animate spin, h12 with 12. Perfect. And then lastly, we are going to add an error page, so error.tsx. The error page needs to be a client component, so use client, RFC error page, which takes an error, and we are going to type error with default error type. Then we are going to log this error, so use effect, console.error, and then let's add error as a dependency. Then let's go and style this div, so flex, full width, full height, flex call, item center, justify center. We are going to show this page, so let's go back to page.tsx inside the ID segment, and we are going to throw new error, test error. Let's try it, so let's click edit form, and we are on the error page, so back to error.tsx. So as you can see, the error page is not centered. Let's go back to the layout file, and let's style the div, flex, full width, flex grow, margin X, auto. Perfect, back to error.tsx file. Let's remove error page text, let's add a title, so something went wrong. Let's style this h2, text destructive, text for Excel, and then after this we are going to add a button that you can import from components UI button as child, and inside we are going to add a link href to the home, and the text of the link will be go back to home. Let's also add a gap between those elements. Perfect, let's try it. Now, back to our page.tsx file. Let's remove the error. Now, let's rename also this page with a better name, so builder page. This function takes some params because it is a dynamic root segment, and params is an object that contains ID of type string. Let's go and read this form, so const form await get form by ID, but our form ID is not a string, is a number, so we are going to cast it, number ID. Let's mark this function async because it is a server component, and then we are going to extract ID from params. Now we are going to create this backend function, so back to our actions form.ts file. So export async function get form by ID, which takes an ID of type number. We have to check the user as always, so let's copy that. And then return await prisma.form.find unique where user ID equal user.id and also ID. Perfect. Back to our page.tsx file, and let's import get form by ID from actions form. And then let's check if the form is null. We are going to throw new error, form not found. And now let's show the form.name. So let's click back to our edit form. As you can see, we have seen the spinner and we have the form name. Perfect. Let's go back to our preview. And now we are going to create this designer layout. So back to our application. And what we are going to return is a form builder component that takes a form property with the form. Now let's go and create this component. So back in our Project Explorer, inside the components folder, let's create a new file called formbuilder.tsx. This will be a client component, so use client, rfc, form builder. Let's add the properties, so form, and let's type those. Form will be of type form that you can import from Prisma client. And now form builder, and we can show form.name. Let's check if everything is working. So back to home, edit form is not working because we have to import inside our page tsx the form builder from components for builder. Now let's refresh. Okay, everything is working. Edit form, perfect. Now we are going to set up our designer layout. So let's replace this div with a main component. We are going to style it. Flex, flex call, and full width. Then we are going to add a div inside the main component. Let's style it. Flex, justify between, border bottom 2, padding 4, gap 3, items center. Inside the div we are going to add an h2 tag that contains a span, form, semicolon. Let's style the span with the text muted foreground and margin right 2. Let's also style the h2, truncate, and also font medium. Then after the span, we are going to add our form.name. Perfect. Now, after the h2 element, we are going to add another div, and let's style it. Flex item center, gap 2. And inside, we are going to add our buttons. Let's start with preview dialog button. Then we are going to check if the form is not published. And if it's not, we are going to show a fragment that contains the Save Form button and also the Publish Form button. Now we are going to create these three components, so back to our Explorer, and inside the components folder, let's add a preview dialog button.tsx, and we are going to use rfc inside. Then we are going to add a create form button.tsx. Then we are going to add a save form button.tsx. Then let's create it with rfc. And then we are going to create publish form button.tsx. rfc. Perfect. Back to our form builder component, and let's import the buttons. Okay, perfect. Let's refresh the application. Now we are going to style those buttons. So back to the first one, preview dialog button. And for now, we are going just to return a button that you can import from components UI button with a text inside, so preview. Then we are going to import an icon, so import md preview from React icons /md. Now let's put the icon before the preview, md preview, like this. Then we are going to style the icon, so class name h6w6. Then back to the button, let's add variant outline and also class name gap2. Perfect. Now let's move to the save form button. Let's replace this div with the button that you can import from components UI button. Let's make the variant outline, class name gap2. Let's close the tag. And inside our button, we are going to write save. Then we are going to import an icon, so import hi save as, and you can import it from React icons hi. And then before the save text, we are going to use it. So I save as class name h4w4. I have a typo here, so let's add a dash between gap and 2. Perfect. Then let's move to the publish form button. And we are going to do the same that we have done for the previous button. So we are going to replace this div with a button that you can import from components UI button. Inside, we are going to write publish. We are going to import an icon, so import md outline publish. And you can import it from React icons /md. And we are going to use it before the publish text, md outline publish. Let's style it, class name h4w4. And lastly, let's style the button, so class name gap2, text white, background gradient to R, from indigo 400 to cyan 400. Perfect. Now back to our formBuilder.tsx file. Then we can rename this div to nav, if you prefer, to have more semantic HTML. And then after the nav tag, we are going to add another div, and we are going to style it. And this div will contain our editor. So let's go back to our preview. So in order to recreate this, we are going to download an SVG from Hero Patterns. And in my project, I will use the graph paper one, but you can choose whatever you want. Click on the card with the background that you want and click download unstyled SVG. Then go back in your Project Explorer, and inside the public folder, we are going to add the SVG. And before doing that, I'm going to delete these two SVGs files because we don't need those. Perfect. And as you can see, I have renamed mine paper.svg. Now let's copy it, let's paste it, and rename this new one with paper-dark. Now back to our code. Let's go back to our formBuilder.tsx, and let's start styling this div. So flex full width, flex grow, items center, justify center, relative, overflow y auto, h 200 pixels, background accent. And as you can notice, we have set the height of the div, and we need this in order to prevent children overflow. And you can also notice that we are applying flex grow, and by doing this, we are taking all the space that is available. Now we are going to add the background, so bg, square brackets, and inside we are going to put URL, and inside /paper.svg. Now let's copy this, let's paste it. And let's do the same for the dark one, so dark, semicolon, and then paper-dark. Now we are going to change the color of our grid, so back to our paper.svg, and we are going to change the fill property with hashtag D4D4D8. Let's check it, let's refresh, and as you can see, this is lighter. Now let's go back to paper-dark, let's put back dark mode in our application, and let's change the fill property with hashtag 525252. Let's refresh. Perfect. Now back to our formBuilder.tsx file. And inside this div, we are going to write a designer component that we have to create. So back to our components. And let's create designer.tsx file. We are going to mark this with use client and then RFC. And we have our designer component. Back to the form builder, let's import it. Now back to the designer.tsx file. And before moving on, let's go back to the preview. Our next step will be to design this drop zone container and also the sidebar. So back to our code. Let's style this div. So class name, flex, full width, and full height. And before proceeding with the drop zone, we are going to install the Dnd-Kit library that provides us drag and drop functionality. So let's copy the install command back to our terminal. Let's paste it. So npm install @dnd-kit/core. Press enter. And now back to our code. Then let's replace designer with another div that we will style, padding 4, full width. And then inside this div, we are going to add another div. We are going to style it, bg background, max width 920 pixels, age full, margin auto, rounded XL, flex, flex call, flex grow, items center, justify start, flex 1, and overflow Y auto. Perfect. And then inside this div, we are going to add a p element. We are going to style it with text 3XL, text muted foreground, flex, flex grow, item center, font bold. And inside we are going to write drop here. We have a typo here, so flex grow. And before the last div, we are going to add a designer sidebar component. Let's go and create it. So in the components folder, designer sidebar.tsx file. So rfc designer sidebar, back to our designer.tsx file, and let's import it from designer sidebar. Now let's go back to the designer sidebar and let's replace the div with a side component, and we are going to style it with 400 pixels, max width 400 pixels, flex, flex call, flex grow, gap 2, border left 2, border muted, padding 4, bg background, overflow Y auto, age full. And since we don't have elements for now inside, we are going to write elements. Now back to our designer.tsx file, and what we are going to do is to make this div a droppable container. So back to the top of our component, const droppable equal use droppable, and inside we are gonna put some options, id, designer drop area, and also data is designer drop area to true. And we will use this custom field later on when we will check if we are dropping a component over the drop area. So now we are going to import the useDroppable hook, import useDroppable from @Dnd-Kit core. Then we have to wrap our form builder with Dnd-Context in order to use these hooks. So back to the formBuilder.tsx file, and now we are going to wrap everything, so wrap with abbreviation, with Dnd-Context component. And you can import it from Dnd-Kit core. Now let's go back to the preview. As you can see, we have a few elements on the sidebar, for example the text field 1, that we can drag and drop over the designer. After dropping it, we can see a preview of the form component, and we can also see a form preview component in the form preview modal. And as you can notice, we can interact with this component in the preview. For each element in the sidebar, we will also have another component, which is the property component. As you can see, the text field component has those properties, but we can take, for example, the select field. Let's click it in order to see its properties, and you can notice that we have some custom properties designed for this component. Now the next step will be to create an interface in TypeScript for our form elements, and then we can use this interface in order to create form elements. Let's go in the Project Explorer, and inside the Components folder we are going to create form elements.tsx. The first thing that we are going to define are the elements type of our application. So export type elements type. This type will contain all the elements type that we can have in our application. And then let's start with the first element, so the text field 1. Then later on we will add, for example, another one which will be the number field. Then we will add the select field, etc. But for now, let's just start with one field. After this type, we are going to define another type called form element, and this will be the core type of our project. So the first field of our form element will be the type of type elements type. Then we will have a designer component property, which is basically the component that we are going to see in our designer for each element. And this will be a React functional component type. Then we will have the form component, which is a React functional component. And this one, if you remember, is the component that we are going to see in the form preview or in the form submit page. Back to our application, and the last component that we need is the properties component, so React functional component. And then we will need a variable that exports our form elements, so export const form elements. And just for now, let's declare an empty object. Now we are going to declare the form elements type. So type form elements type. And this type will be an object, and each key of the object must be an element type. So key in elements type, and the value linked to the key will be a form element. So now you can hover this type, and as you can see, the type is a text field that takes a form element. Now let's go and type the form elements, so form elements type. And now we have an error because we need to implement the text field property inside form elements object. And let me explain why we are doing this. Basically, by doing this, we can store a JSON object on the database, and then we can just take the type and do in our code form elements. Then we can use the type, for example, text field, and then we can render the components associated with the type. So let's go and define text field. But now what we need here is a form element. So back to our project explorer, and inside components, let's create a new folder called fields. And within this folder, create a new file called textfield.tsx. Now let's mark this with use client. Then we are going to define the type, so const type of type elements type. And let's choose text field. Then we are going to export const text field form element of type form element. So back to our form elements.tsx, and let's use the text field form element, and let's import it from fields text field. Now back to the text field form element, and now as you can see, Typescript is complaining that we need the type, the designer component for component, and properties component inside our object. So we can use type that we have declared here, and then we are going to define designer component, which is a React component. So let's return, for example, this for now, designer component. Let's copy this, let's paste it 2 times, let's rename one with form component, and then the last one properties component. So here I'm gonna say form component, and here I'm gonna replace designer with properties. And this is a valid form element. Now let's check again the preview, and as you can see, we also have buttons in the sidebar for each element, and also some custom properties for each component. So let's go back to our code and back to the form elements.tsx file. Then to our form element, we are going to add a designer button element. This will be an object with an icon of type react.react element and also a label of type string. And then we need a way to create a form element instance. So let's define a construct function. And for each instance of this form element object, what we need is a unique ID, because when we submit the form, we need to save the answer for that specific ID. So ID of type string, a form element instance. So let's go and define form element instance, export type form element instance, which is an object that has ID of type string, the type, so elements type, and then we need a way to store the extra attributes for each form field. For example, for the select field, we need to save the options that will be available with the select. So let's define extra attributes, which is an optional property. And this will be just a record of type string any. And basically this is an object that will have string keys and any kind of value. So let's go back to the text field form element, and Typescript now is complaining that we have to add the construct function and also designer button element. So we are going to add those. So construct, which is a function that takes an ID of type string, and is going to return an object. So let's do this. And inside the object, we will have the ID, the type, and also extra attributes. And the extra attributes that we'll have on the text field will be label, and we are going to put, for example, I don't know, text field. Then we will have an helper text, and let's put a default value helper text. You can put whatever you want inside. Then required, which is a boolean, and the default value is false. And then a placeholder for our text field, and let's put value here. And now we are going to add the designer button element. So designer button element, which is an object that contains icon, and we are going to put MD text fields, and we can import it from React Icons MD, and also label, and we are going to write text field. You can put whatever you want in the label. This is what will be displayed in the button in the sidebar elements. Then let's go to the designer sidebar file. After the elements text, let's add a sidebar button element that we are going to define. And let's set a property called form element to be form elements, and we can import it from form elements dot text field. Now back to our project explorer, and in the components folder, let's create sidebar button element.tsx. Let's create it with RFC. Back to designer sidebar, and let's import the component that we have just created. Perfect. Now back to sidebar button element. Let's define the properties. So we have a form element. Then let's type that. So form element is of type form element that can be imported from form elements. Then we are going to extract the label and also the icon from form element dot designer button element. Then replace this div with a button, so button, and you can import it from components UI button. Then we are going to use icon as JS6 element, but in order to do that, make the first letter uppercase, so icon, and let's rename it icon. So let's use it now, icon, but we still have an error, so let's check it. Let's go back to our designer button element definition, and we have to change this with the React element type. I forgot it. Back to sidebar button element, and now it's working. Perfect. So let's style this H8W8 text primary cursor grab. Then we are going to add a p tag, and we are going to style it with text XS, and inside we are going to show the label. Then let's go and style the button. So class name flex call gap2 H 120 pixels with 120 pixels, cursor grab. Perfect. Then let's change the button variant to be outline. Perfect. Now we need to make this button draggable. So let's use the use draggable hook exported by Dnd-Kit core. Const draggable equal use draggable, and you can import it from @dnd-kit/core. Then we are going to set the ID to be a string literal that contains designer, button, and also the type of the form element dot type. Then we are going to set custom data, so it will be useful to know that we are dragging a sidebar button element. So let's go and add the type, form element dot type, and also is designer button element true. Now back to our button, we are going to set the ref, so ref draggable.set node ref. Then we are going to spread inside the button properties draggable.listeners and also draggable.attributes. And then we are going to change the appearance of this button while it's dragged. So let's wrap our class name with the cn function that you can import from libutils. And what we are going to do is if draggable.is dragging true, then we will apply a custom style, which is ring to ring primary. And now we need a drag overlay that we are going to show while dragging our element. So let's copy this component, let's paste it. We are going to call it sidebar button element drag overlay. Let's remove the ref and also listener and attributes, and also the style applied while dragging. So let's remove this. You can get rid of this function if you want now. And then let's export this drag overlay. Now back to our form builder.tsx file. And we are going to add a drag overlay wrapper component that we are going to define. And in this drag overlay wrapper, we are going to render the dragged elements. So back to Project Explorer, and inside the components folder, let's add drag overlay wrapper.tsx. Let's define it with RFC. Now, the first thing that we have to do is to check if there are dragged elements. In order to do that, we are going to use our custom hook called use DND monitor, and you can import it from Dnd-Kit core. Inside this DND monitor, we can add listeners for drag operations. For example, we can add a onDrag start event listener. We are going to define our custom listener. And for now, on drag start, we are going to console.log drag item, and inside we are going to add event. Then let's go back to our form builder and let's import drag overlay wrapper from components drag overlay wrapper. Then let's go back to our drag overlay wrapper and let's try it. So inspect. Let's try to drag this element. And my function is triggering. Perfect. Now back to our code. Let's change. Now back to our code. Let's remove this div and let's add a drag overlay component that you can import from the Dnd-Kit core. And inside we are going to add a custom node. Let's define this node. So const node equal, for example, let's put div no drag overlay. Now let's try it, and as you can see, the no drag overlay shows up. Perfect. Now in order to trigger a re-render of the component, we are going to save the dragged element in the state. So const dragged item set dragged item, which is useState of type active that you can import from the Dnd-Kit core, or null, and the initial value will be null. Then on drag start, set dragged item to be event.active. Then we are going to reset the dragged item, so on drag cancel, we are going to set dragged item to null, and we are going to do the same on drag end event. Perfect. Now we are going to show a custom node based on the dragged item. Actually, in our application, there is also a designer button element, so let's check. Const is designer button element. And the way we can check if we are dragging a designer button element, or if you prefer a sidebar button element in order to stay consistent with the names, is to check if the data contains a particular key. Let's go back to our sidebar button element. We have set in the data a field called isDesignerButton element set to true. So back to the drag overlay wrapper. And what we are going to do is check if dragged item dot data dot current dot isDesignerButton element. And then we can just get rid of this by doing if dragged item return null, because we are not going to show anything. And then we are going to check if is sidebar button element. Then we are going to set the node to be the sidebar button element drag overlay. Replace const with let. And as you can see, TypeScript is complaining that we need the form element. And we can recreate the form element associated with this button, because inside our draggable, we have also set the type property of the form element. So back to our drag overlay. And what we can do is form element takes form elements of type. So let's define the type, const type equal dragged item dot data dot current dot type. Let's import form elements from form elements. And now we have to cast the type variable, because actually it has any type and we can't use any to index our form elements. So we are just going to say that type is of type elements type. Perfect. Now we are going to try it, and it works as expected. Now back to our preview, and let's check what happens when I drag a button from the sidebar on the drop zone. As you can see, I have a custom style on the drop zone and also a drop preview. So back to our application, let's go in the designer.tsx file. We are going to set this div with the background to be the droppable zone. So let's select it. Let's set the ref to be droppable.setNodeRef. And then we are going to show a custom style while we are hovering an element over the drop zone. Let's wrap the class name with the cm function. You can import it from libutils. And now what we can do is, if droppable is over, then we are going to set ring to ring primary 20%. Let's try it now. Perfect. And now we need to display the drop preview. So after the paragraph tag, we are going to add if droppable is over. Then we are going to display a div with a style p4 full width. And inside the div, we are going to add another div with a custom style h 120 pixels, rounded MD, BG primary 20%. Now let's try it. Okay, we are showing it, but in the wrong position. So we are going to route the paragraph, and we are going to hide it where we are hovering. So if not droppable is over. So let's try it now. Perfect. The next step will be to actually install the dropped element in the state. So we can go and set const elements, set elements, use a state, and you can import it from React, of type form element instance, but we have a typo here, so let's go and fix it. Back to the form elements.tsx file, and we are going to fix the typo, so rename symbol, form element instance. Perfect, back to the designer. Let's change this, form element instance, array, and the default element will be an empty array. But since we are going to use the element also in the modal preview, we are going to store these elements in a separate state, so we are going to use React context. So let's remove this line, back to Project Explorer, and inside the components folder, let's create context folder. Within it, we are going to create DesignerContext.tsx. We will mark this with use client directive. Then we are going to define our DesignerContext type. Then we will have elements of type form element instance array. Then we will have add element function that takes an index of type number and also element of type form element instance and returns nothing. Now let's go and create our context. So export const designer context equals create context that you can import from React. We will type this context with designer context type or null. The default value will be null. Now let's go and define export default function designer context provider that takes children of type children React node. And you can import it from React. And then inside our context, we are going to return designer context.provider that wraps children. Let's fix the typo. Then we need to add a value to our context. And inside this object, we have to add elements and add elements that we have defined in our type. So let's go here. Let's add const elements, set elements. Use state and import it from React. We can give it a type, so form element instance array, and the default value will be an empty array. Then we will need also const add element that takes index of type number and element of type form element instance. And what we are going to do is just to set elements. Let's take the previous value, and inside we are going to add this new element in the index that we provide. So const new elements takes a copy of prev, which stands for previous. Then new elements dot splice index 0 because we are not going to delete anything, and also element. So we are going to push this element in this index. Then we are going to just return new elements. Now back to the value object, and we are going to add elements and also add element. I have here, perfect. Then back to the Project Explorer, and inside the components folder, let's create another folder called hooks. Inside the hooks folder, let's create a use designer.tsx file. Then use client, RFC, and now we are going to use the designer context, so const context equal use context, and you can import it from React. And we are going to use the designer context that you can import from component context, designer context. Then we are going to check if the context is null, if context, and by doing this we are checking that we are inside a designer context provider. So throw new error, use designer must be used within a designer context. Otherwise we are going to return the context. Now we are going to check if this error is thrown. So back to designer.tsx. And what we are going to do is const elements, add element, and we are going to destructor those variables from the use designer hook that you can import from hooks use designer. And as you can see, we have an error. Use designer must be used within, I have a typo here, so let's go and fix it, within a designer context. Now let's try it back again. Perfect. In order to fix this error, we need to wrap our application with designer context provider. Back to the Project Explorer, let's go in the app layout.tsx file. And we are going to wrap the theme provider, so wrap with abbreviation, with the designer context provider component. And we can import it from components, context, designer context. And now everything should work fine. Back to our designer.tsx file, And now we are going to listen the onDragEnd event. And then when it happens, we are going to call addElement in order to add the element to our current elements. And after this, we are going to show the elements in the designer. So we are going to use Dnd-Monitor. And inside, we are going to list an onDragEnd event that takes an event of type dragEndEvent. Let me point out that we can use Dnd-Monitor because we are in the designer component, and the designer component is wrapped by the form builder component. As you can see, we have the designer component here, and everything is wrapped by Dnd-Context. And every component that in some way has a Dnd-Context parent can use the use Dnd-Monitor hook. So back to our designer.tsx file. And let's log what happens. So console.log dragEnd event. Now let's try it. And as you can see, we are logging the event content. And inside there is the active and over property, which contains information about the overhead element and the dragged element. Back to our code, we are going to extract active and also over from the event object. Then we are going to check if active is false or over is false or null. In this case, we are going to return. We don't do anything in this case. Then we need to take the type of the dragged element from the active data. So as you can see, we have the type and isDesigner button element. So first of all, we are going to check if the dragged element is a designer button element. Const isDesigner button element equal active.data.current.isDesigner button element. And now, if isDesigner button element, we are going to extract the type, so const type active.data.current.type. Then we are going to create a new element, so const new element equal form elements, and we are going to get the form element of this type, so type as elements type, and then we are going to use the construct function that takes an ID. And now we need a function that creates a random ID. So let's say ID generator. And now we are going to define this function. So back to our Explorer in the lib folder, let's create a file called idgenerator.ts. Then export function idgenerator that returns a string. And we are going to return math.floor math.random times 10,001 and then to string. Back to our designer.tsx file. Let's import this from lib idgenerator, and then we are going to check the created elements of console.log new element. Let's try it. So as you can see, the new element has this ID. Let's try it again. Now we have another ID. Perfect. Now let's go and add the element to the elements context. So add element. The index will be 0 because it's the first element in our designer, and also new element. Perfect. Now we are going to map over the elements and show them in the designer. So back to our designer component, and if there are elements, we are going to show them. So if elements.length greater than 0, then we are going to show a div, and let's style this div with flex call because we want to show the elements in column, text background, full width, gap 2, padding 4. Now we are going to iterate over our elements, so elements.map element, and returns another element called designer element wrapper that we are going to define right now. So key element.id and element takes element. Now we are going to define this designer element wrapper because we need to define a common behavior for designer elements. So let's go here and let's define function designer element wrapper that takes an element. Let's type it, so element form element instance. And inside the designer element, we are going to return the designer element component associated with the form element. Now back to form elements.tsx. If you remember, in the form element type, we have defined this designer component. And this is what we are going to show in our designer. So back to designer.tsx. Then let's write const designer element. And we can obtain it from form elements of the type element.type.designer component. Now we can show it, so return designer element. Let's refresh the application. Now let's try it. So we don't see anything, but I suppose that the element is there, so let's log it. Console.log elements. Let's check the console log. Yeah, we have 2 elements, so basically we need to check the style of our designer component. So back to the textfield.tsx file, and we have this div. So for example, I don't know, probably the text color, text white. Yeah. As you can see, we have the designer component placed here, which is the wrong position. So back again, we need to remove this, back to the designer.tsx, and we are going to see this text paragraph only when there is nothing over it and elements.length is equal to 0. Perfect. Now let's try to add other components. And everything works as expected. Now, the first thing that we are going to do is to style our designer component. So back to the text field. The first thing that we are going to do in order to make this code more readable, we are going to define designer component, and we are going to return this. So return this. So let's modify this with designer component. The problem now that we need to face is that this designer component doesn't have access to the form element instance that has created it. So what we have to do is go back to our form elements.tsx file. So we can define properties for our designer component like this with an object, and inside we are going to define our properties. And what we want is an element instance of type form element instance. Now back to our textfield.tsx file, and as you can see now the designer component has this property, so we can use it. So element instance, we are going to type it, element instance equal form element instance. And now, for example, we can read the label of our element instance. So let's replace this with the element instance dot extra attributes that can be null dot label. Let's try it now. And as you can see, we have an error. And the error is that element instance is not defined. So back to our designer.tsx file. And if you scroll to the end, you will have an error because now to our designer element, we have to pass also element instance. And this will be the element property that we have right here. So let's try it now. And as you can see, I can read text field. Perfect. Now back to our text field, and we are going to style this designer component. And before designing it, we are going to just fix another small thing. As you can see, Typescript doesn't know the shape of the extra attributes object. So let's go and extract extra attributes. So const extra attributes equal, and we are going to use this object. Then let's fix this. We are going to use the extra attributes property. And then we are going to define our custom type. So type custom instance equals form element instance, which is a type, and we are going to extend it and override the extra attributes field. So extra attributes of type of extra attributes. And you can see that now this field is styled correctly. Now back to our component, we are going to define const element equal element instance as custom instance. Now we can use our element variable, so element dot extra attributes dot label. Perfect. Now let's fix also the text white, so let's remove this. Let's go back to our designer. And in our designer, let's remove the text background from the div that wraps designer element wrapper. So let's remove this. Back to our text field component. Let's style this div now with the flex call gap to full width. Then we are going to remove this and use the label component that you can import from components UI label. Within the component, we will have the text, so element dot extra attributes dot label. And we will also decorate this label, so if element dot extra attributes dot required, we will show the star. Then after the label, we are going to show an input that you can import from components UI input. We are going to set the input read-only because we don't want interaction in the designer. So read-only disabled. Then we will set the placeholder with the element extra attributes placeholder. Now I think that the best thing is to deconstruct element extra attributes. So back to our code. And after the element variable, let's add const label required placeholder and also helper text equal element.extra attributes. So let's remove these, also this, and also this. Perfect. Then after the input, we are going to show the helper text if it is defined. So if helper text, then we are going to show a paragraph that contains the helper text. Let's style this helper text. So class name text muted foreground and also text 0.8 rm. Now let's go back to our preview. And as you can see, for each field, and I mean every kind of field that we can have in our application, we have a common behavior and style. So we have a card with a background, we have some over effects, we have a delete button, and also we have this click for properties or drag to move. So let's try. And as you can see, when I click, I can see the properties. And as you can see in the element properties, we have the extra attributes fields. For example, label, placeholder, helper text, and required. Then another thing that we can do is take a designer element and drag it over another element. And as you can notice, we have this particular style where we are going to show the top border if you are going to drop above the element, or the bottom border if you are going to drop below the element. Now, before moving on, let me also show to you how we are going to implement this top-bottom drag and drop behavior. So back to Excalidraw. So the idea here is to just split the designer wrapper component with two divs positioned absolute, for example this one and also this one. By doing this, we are creating two different droppable zones inside our designer wrapper element. And thanks to this setup, we can just check on the onDragOver event and also on the onDrag event where to show the border and also where to drop the dragged element. So back to the designer.tsx file. And now let's wrap the designer element inside the designer element wrapper with a div. Then we are going to style the div, flex, full width, h 120 pixels, items center, rounded MD, background accent 40%, px4, py2. Let's also add pointer events none. So then we are going to create the top half and the bottom half droppable. So const top half equal use droppable. And inside we are going to add the ID, which will be element.id plus dash top, because we need to specify a different ID for each droppable or draggable element. Otherwise, we will have issues. Then we are going to add some data, type element.type, element ID, element.id, and also is top half designer element true. Okay, means data property, perfect. Now let's copy this, let's paste. We will rename top half with bottom half. Let's change the top string with bottom. And also is bottom half designer element true. Then we are going to create the top half div and also the bottom half one. Let's add a fragment that wraps everything. And before our element, we are going to add a div and we are going to style it with absolute. Then we are going to color it just for now in order to see. So background green 500, full width, and the h will be 1/2. Now, in order to position something with absolute, we need a parent positioned with the relative. Let me center. Let's make this fragment a div. Then we are going to style the div with relative, h 120 pixels, flex call, text foreground, hover cursor pointer, rounded MD, ring 1, ring accent, and also ring inset. So we have styled everything. Now let's go here and let's round the top border of this div. So rounded T, which stands for top, MD. Perfect. And now we are going to copy and paste this div. Let's change the background color to red and let's put bottom 0. And lastly, we are going to change the border to be rounded bottom, so B, MD. Perfect. Now we need to make those div droppables. So ref equal top half dot set node ref, and for the other one ref equal bottom half dot set node ref. Now let's see if everything is working, and to do that what we can do is just wrap this class name with the cm function, and then let's remove the background green And what we are going to do is top half is over, then we are going to show the background green 500. So let's try to hover with an element over the top half of each designer component. So I refresh the application, let's try. Perfect. Okay. It's working, as you can see. Now let's remove this, we don't need this. Let's remove also the CM function, and let's remove the background red. Perfect, now back to our preview, and now we are going to set up this over effect. So back to our code. Now we need a state, so let's add it, const mouse is over, and also set mouse is over. We are going to use state with a default value of false. You can also type this with boolean. Then back to our main div, and we are going to add some listeners to it. So on mouse enter, and inside we are going to add set mouse is over to true. Then we will copy this. Let's change the event with on mouse leave. And here we are going to set the state with false. Perfect. Now, after the div that contains the bottom half droppable, we are going to show something if mouse is over. And in this case, we are going to show a fragment that contains a div. And inside this div, we will have a paragraph that contains the text, click for properties or drag to move. In order to work faster, let's invert this condition in order to see what we are doing. Now let's style the div to be absolute, and then we need to center this div inside the designer wrapper element. We are going to set top 1/2, left 1/2, and then we have to translate everything by 1/2. So translate minus translate x 1/2, and also minus translate y 1/2. Perfect. Then we are going also to add a small animation, animate pulse. Then we are going to style the text, so class name, text muted foreground, and also text sm. Let's make it small. Then we are going to show also the delete button. So before this div, we are going to add another div, and we are going to style it. So absolute, right 0, h full. And inside, we are going to add a button element that you can import from components UI button. Inside, we are going to add an icon, be solid trash. And you can import it from React Icons BI. Let's style the icon, so class name h6, w6. Now let's style the button, flex, justify center, h full, border, rounded MD, rounded left none, and background red 500. Then let's change the variant of the button, variant outline. Perfect. And on button click, we need to remove this element. So we need a function called remove element that takes the element ID. So let's go and implement this function. Let's go back to DesignerContext.tsx file. In the DesignerContext type, let's add a remove element function that takes ID of type string and returns nothing. Then let's go inside our DesignerContext provider, and after the add element function, we are going to define another function, const remove element equal is a function that takes ID of type string, and then is going to set elements prev, which stands for previous elements, element where element.id is not equal to ID. So basically we are removing with the filter option all the elements that are equal to this ID. And then let's add the remove element function to the value inside the designer context provider. Now back to our designer.tsx file, and inside the component designer element wrapper, we are going to const remove element from use designer. And as you can see, now everything should work. Let's try it. So we have this component, but when I hover the mouse, everything is hiding. So we need to put the condition to the original one, like this. And now let's try it. And now I can delete elements, as you can see. Perfect. Now we are going to improve the on-over effects. So we are going to style the designer element wrapper. Let's wrap the class name with the CM function. And then if mouse is over, we are going to lower the opacity to 30. And then we are going also to add opacity 100 here. Let's try it now. It is perfect. Now we have to make the designer wrapper component a draggable component. So let's go before the return statement. Then we are going to define const draggable equal use draggable that you can import from the Dnd-Kit core. The ID will be element.id plus drag handler. And then we are going to add some custom data. So type element.type, element ID element.id, and also is designer element true. Then let's go back to our main div. We are going to set ref to draggable set node ref. Then we have to spread draggable dot listeners and also draggable dot attributes. Now let's refresh the application. Let's try to drag one element. So let's create 3 of those. And as you can see, I can drag it, but I don't have a drag overlay for this element. So back to our drag overlay wrapper.tsx file. Now we can just add another check. So const is designer element. So dragged item dot data dot current dot is designer element. And if isDesignerElement is true, then we are going to extract the element ID property from our dragged item. So element ID equal dragged item dot data dot current dot element ID. Now we have extracted the element ID because what we are going to do is to get the element from the designer context. So we need to get all the elements, const elements equal use designer. Now we can get the elements, so const element equal elements.find l.id equal element ID. If the element is null, we are going to set node equal to div element not found. Else, we are going to recreate exactly the designer component. And let me explain why we are doing this. So back to our preview. So let's drop 2 text fields. Then we are going to change the labels with 2 randoms values to distinguish the 2 fields. And the reason that we are going to find the real element inside our elements array is because we want to see a drag overlay that is equal to the dragged element. So as you can see, if I drag this element, I will have text field 2 as a drag overlay. If I drag this one, I will have text field 3 as a drag overlay. Perfect. So back to our code. And now what we need to do is to const recreate the designer element, so designer element component equal form elements of element.type, and we are going to get the designer component. And then we are going to set node to be designer element component, which requires the element instance, so element. Let's try it now, and as you can see, the drag overlay contains my designer component. Now we need to wrap the designer element with a div that contains the style that we have applied also to the designer element wrapper. Let's wrap everything with a div, and let's style this div. So class name, flex, background accent, border, rounded MD, h 120 pixels, full width, padding y2, padding x4. Let's try it now, which is way better. Then let's also load the opacity in order to see the drop preview. So let's try it now. Okay. Let's put maybe to 80. Yeah, better. Another thing that we have to do, and I'm going to show you in the preview, is that when I drag this element, I'm going to remove it from my current elements. I don't want to show it. So back to our code, let's go back to the designer.tsx file. And what we are going to do inside the designer element wrapper is that if draggable dot is dragging, we are going to return null. Let's try it now. So as you can see, while I'm dragging, I don't see the element inside the designer. Let's move on. The next thing that we are going to do now is to show where the element will be dropped. So back to our designer wrapper component. Sorry, designer element wrapper. Let's go until we find the div that wraps the designer element. And what we are going to do is add in our class names top half dot is over, and we are going to set border top for and border top foreground. We are going to set the color to the foreground one. And now let's do the same for the bottom half. So bottom half is over, so bottom B, border B. Sorry, border B also this. Okay, let's try it. As you can notice, we have a small layout shift, and we don't want this. So What we are going to do instead is remove this custom border style, and before this div we are going to show something if top half dot is over is true. In that case we are going to show a div, and this will be an empty div that will behave like a border. So absolute top 0 full width, rounded MD, rounded bottom none, h 7 pixel. So let's try it. Yeah, but we don't see nothing because I don't have a background, so background primary. Let's try it again. And now as you can see, I can see this border. Then we are going to remove the roundness of the bottom border, so rounded bottom none. Let's try it again, which is better. Now let's do the same for the bottom half. So let's copy this, put after the designer element, but you can just leave also on top of it. It's just a way for me to remind me that this is the bottom half. And then we are going to change this to bottom 0 and also rounded top none. Now let's try it. Everything looks good except for this strange behavior that happens when I'm over the drop zone area. As you can see, when I'm over the drop zone area, the drop preview box is displayed. Let's fix this. Now in order to do that, let's go back to our designer. So designer component. And what we want is just to hide this if there are elements. So what we can do is that we can show this only when elements.length equal 0. Let's try it now. So let's refresh the application. Now I can see it. Now that I have more than 0 elements, I can see it anymore. Perfect. Now that we have made our designer element wrapper a draggable component, we have a problem because I'm not able to click on my trash icon. This happens because we have not defined a way to distinguish between clicks and drag events. So let's go back to our form builder.tsx file, and we are going to fix this by using Dnd-Kit sensors. So we are going to add to our Dnd-Context a sensors property. Let's say sensors, and now we are going to define those sensors. So const sensors equal use sensors that you can import from Dnd-Kit core, and inside we are going to add a mouse sensor, and we are going to define this mouse sensor. So const mouse sensor equal use sensor. Inside we have mouse sensor that you can import from Dnd-Kit core. Then let's set some options to the mouse sensor. Activation constraint, distance 10, where 10 stands for pixels. By doing this, we are going to activate our drag event only if we click and drag for at least 10 pixels. Let's also fix an error. Let's change use sensor with use sensors hook that you can import from the Dnd-Kit core. Let's try it again. Let's try it now. And now I can delete my object, as you can see. And if I drag and move, I can drag. And we will also add a sensor for touch input. So const touch sensor, then use sensor. We are going to pass the current sensor, so touch sensor, and also some options. Activation constraint, delay 300, which stands for 300 milliseconds, and also tolerance 5, which stands for 5 pixels. So let's go back to use sensors, and let's also add touch sensor. By doing this application can also work on mobile devices. Now we are going to fix also the problem that we had with the drag overlay. In order to fix this, what we can do is just go in our drag overlay wrapper, and on the node for the, let me see, designer element, yes, we need to add on the class names pointer events none. Let's try it again. Let's refresh everything. And now, as you can see, everything's worked fine. Perfect. Now we are going to create the properties form. So in order to do that, we need a way to select a current element. So let's go back to our designer context. And inside the context type, we are going to add selected element of type form element instance. And also set selected element. And now we will use the type that we are going to get from set elements. Now let me show you. So const selected element and then set selected element, which will be use state of type form element instance or null, and the default value is null. Now, if you hover the set selected element, you will get the type of this setter. So we can copy And then we are going to import dispatch from React and also set state action from React. Perfect. Now back to our code, and we are going to export selected element and also set selected element. And we have the wrong type here because selected element can also be null. Now let's go back to our designer.tsx file. And inside the designer wrapper element, we are going also to retrieve the selected element and also set selected element. And what we are going to do is that if we click the main div, so on click, we are going to set selected element to the current element. Now let's try it, and to do that we are going to show the console. And also we are going to console.log selected L, and we are going to put selected element. Now let's try to click this, and as you can see we have selected the element. There is a small issue that we need to address. Clicking the delete button triggers also the element selection, and this is caused by event propagation. So what we have to do is, on the click event, we are going also to take the event and also do add.stop propagation. Then let's move to the delete button, and what we are going to do is to take the current event, we are going to stop the propagation of the event, so e.stop propagation. Let's refresh everything, let's try it now. And now, if I delete the element, I'm not selecting anything. Perfect. And now we need a way to restore the selected element to null if we click outside in our designer. So let's go back to our designer component. Let's extract selected element and also set selected element. And inside this div, so the second one, we are going to add onClick event handler. And we are going to check if selected element, then we are going to set selected element to null. Let's try it, so I'm refreshing everything. So now I don't have selected elements, I select one, I select the other one, and there is still a problem because we need also to stop propagation of this inner click. So back to our designer wrapper component, and inside this onClick that sets our selected element, we are going to add e.stop propagation. Let's try it now. As you can see, the selected element is null. I click this and I select the element. I click this one, I select the other element. I click outside and I reset the selected element. And now we can move on. So let's delete this console log. And now we have to show a custom sidebar when we select an element. So back to our designer sidebar component inside the designer sidebar.tsx file. And we are going to get the selected element from the useDesigner hook. So selected element equal useDesigner that you can import from components, hooks, useDesigner. And now we are going to create a property form sidebar and also a form elements sidebar. And now, based on the fact that we can show two different things inside this div, we are going to create two different components. One for the sidebar button elements and one for the properties form sidebar. So back to our project explorer, and inside the components folder we are going to create a form elements sidebar.tsx. Then let's use rfce, back to the designer sidebar, and let's copy the content of the aside back to our form elements sidebar, and let's replace this div text with the copied elements. So let's try now. Let's import this from sidebar button element, and also let's import form elements. Perfect. Now back to the designer sidebar, and what we are going to do is, if there is no selected element, we are going to show the form elements sidebar. Otherwise, if selected element is not null, we are going to show the properties form sidebar. Now we have to define this, so let's copy this, back to components folder, let's create a new file called properties form sidebar.tsx. Then rfce, back to our designer sidebar, and let's import this. Now back to properties form sidebar, and inside we are going to just get the selected element from the useDesigner hook that you can import from components, hooks, useDesigner. And then we are going to read the properties form from the form element, because if you remember, let's go back to our form elements file. Inside our form element, we have a designer component, a form component, and also a properties component. And we are going to use this. So back to our properties form sidebar. And what we are going to do is const properties form equal form elements. You can import it from form elements. of the selected element dot type and then dot form component. Now selected element can be null, so we are going to just check if is not selected element. We are going to return null, and then we are going to show our properties form. So let's replace this with this. So let's try it. So if I click this element, as you can see, I get this form component. And if I click outside, the form component sidebar disappears. Perfect. Then we are going to add another div before the properties form. So div, we are going to style it, flex, justify between, item center. Inside we are going to add a p tag and we are going to style it, text small and also text foreground 70%. And we are going to write element properties. This will be the title of our form. Then we are going to add after the p tag a button that contains an icon. So AI outline close. Then we are going to import the icon. So import AI outline close from React icons /AI. Then we are going to import the button from components UI button. Then let's go and add some properties to the button. So size icon, variant ghost, and on click we are going to reset the selected element. So set selected element null. So let's extract this, set selected element. Now let's try it. Perfect. Now we are ready to start the form component implementation for our text field. So back to our textfield.tsx file, and then we are going to do the same thing that we have done for the designer components. So let's remove this simple component and let's define properties component. Then let's create the component, so function properties component. And as you can notice, we are collocating every component inside the file where we are defining our custom form element. And we are going to use this approach for each form element that we are going to create. So back to our properties component, and for now we are going to return a div that says properties. In this component we need to access the extra attributes fields in order to edit those fields inside a form. So back to our form elements.tsx file, and we are going to apply the same change that we applied earlier for the designer component. So we can just copy this and replace the properties component type with the copied one. By doing this, we are adding a property to our properties component. Then let's go back to our textfield.tsx, and then we are going to define element instance property, and let's type it, so element instance form element instance. And then we are going to cast the element instance, so const element equal element instance as custom instance in order to get the right type definition. So we can just use it, form properties for element.extraattributes.label. Let's try. Basically we are seeing the form component. Okay, I think we have an error. So back to the properties form sidebar and let's check. Yeah, we have to change this form component with the properties component. And then we have an error because the properties form is expecting element instance property, and we are going to set it with selected element. Let's refresh. Perfect. Now back to our textfield.tsx file, and now we are going to implement our form with React hook form and Zod schemas. So let's go and define our Zod schema, const properties schema equal z that you can import from Zod.object. And inside we are going to put label, which is a Zod string with min length of 2 and max length of 50. And you are free to change those settings. Then we have helper text, which is also a Zod string with a max length of 200. Then we have the required field, which is z boolean with a default value of false. And lastly, we will have the placeholder, which is Zod string max 50. Now back to our properties component. We are going to define the form, so const form equal use form that you can import from React hook form. Then we are going to type our use form, so back here let's define type properties form schema type equal Zod.infer type of properties schema. Now back to our use form hook, we are going to use properties form schema type and then we are going to define the options for this form. So the resolver will be a ZOD resolver that you can import from hook form resolver ZOD that takes an argument, and this argument will be our form schema, so properties schema. Then we are going to set the submit mode of the form to be on blur, and we are going to do this in order to avoid a save button that we have to click every time in order to persist our changes. Then we are going to define the default values, and we are going to set the default values with the current value of the extra attributes. So for example, the label field will take element dot extra attributes dot label, then helper text element dot extra attributes dot helper text, required element dot extra attributes dot required, and also placeholder element dot extra attributes dot placeholder. Then we will need to update our form when the element changes. So we need use effect hook, and the dependencies will be the element and also the form. Inside we are going to do form.reset of the element extra attributes. Then we are going to define a function called apply changes that is going to update our elements, and it will take values of type properties form schema type values. And inside we are going to call a function called update element that we don't have, but we are going to implement it, that takes the element ID, take the current element, so we are going to spread it inside, and then we are going to redefine extra attributes. Now, as you can see, in this particular case, values and extra attributes has the same shape. So you can just spread values if you want, but in my case, in order to make the video more easier to follow, I will just go with the extended version. So label takes values.label, helper text takes values.helperText, placeholder takes values.placeholder, and lastly, required takes values.required. And if you prefer, you can just destruct everything, so const label helper text, placeholder, and also required from values, and then you can use those variables label helper text, placeholder, required. Now we are going to implement this update element in the designer context. Let's extract it, update element from use designer, then back to our designer context.tsx file, and we are going to implement this function. So let's start by defining the function in the designer context type. Update element will take an ID of type string and also an element of type form element instance, and is going to return nothing. Now we are going to implement the function, so inside our designer context, we are going to define const update element, which is a function that takes ID of type string, element of type form element instance. Inside we are going to call set elements that take the previous elements. So let's copy those, const new elements equal spread of prev. Then we are going to find the element index, so const index equal new elements dot find index l.id equals id. And now we are going to just update these elements, so new elements index equal element, which is this element that we are going to pass to the function, and then we are going to return the new elements. Let's add the update element to our designer context value, so update element. Let's go back to our text field. And now we are going to define the UI for our properties form. So back to our imports, and we are going to import form, form control, form description, form field, form item, form label, and form message from, let's go back one folder, so ./UI/form. Now back to our properties component. Let's replace the div with the form that we have imported. Then let's spread the form on the properties of the form component. Inside we are going to use a form HTML tag that on blur is going to form handle submit apply changes. Then we are going to style this, so class name space y3. Let's close this form tag, and inside we are going to add a form field that will be controlled from form.control. The name of the field that you are going to control in this case will be label, and we also have a render property, which is a function that renders our field. It takes an object that contains the field, and within this function we are going to return a form item. that contains form label, and in this case we are going to set label. Then we have a form control that contains an input, and we are going to spread the field to this input. After the form control we have form description, and we are going to write the label of the field. Let's add a line break, and then it will be displayed above the field. And after the form description we will have the form message component. Then we are going to close the form field tag. Now let's try it, so I'm gonna edit this with new field. And as you can see, when I clicked outside, the onBlur haven't submitted my new changes. Then we are going to fix another thing, because as you can see, if I change something and I press enter, my form is actually submitting and reloading the page. So what we are going to do is on submit e and then e.prevent default. Then let's go back to the input, and we are going to add on key down e. If e.key equals enter, then we are going to just e.currentTarget.blur. Let's try it. So I'm gonna write, I will press enter. I'm pressing enter. Perfect. Now let's add the remaining form fields. So let's copy the form field. Let's paste it. Then we are going to change name with placeholder. The label will be placeholder, and then we change the form description with the placeholder of the field. Now let's copy the field back again. Let's paste it. Let's change the placeholder name with helper text. Also the form label with helper text. And the form description will become the helper text of the field, line break, and also it will be displayed below the field. Okay, perfect. Let's try this. So placeholder. And also let's try the helper text, so hello from helper. Perfect. Now the last form field that is missing is the required one, as you can see. So let's go and define it. Let's copy the form field back again. Let's paste it. Let's change name with required. Also the form label with required. And as you can see, Typescript is complaining because we can't use an input component for a Boolean value. So we are going to remove this. We are also going to style this a little bit. So class name, flex, item center, justify between, rounded LG, border, padding 3, shadow SM. Then inside we are going to define a div, and we will style it. So space y 0.5. Now let's wrap with this div form label, form control, and form description. Then we are going to move out form control below the div. And inside form control, we are going to add a switch component that you can import from components UI switch. We are going to set the checked property with the field.value, and also on checked change with the field on change. Now let's close the tag. Let's try it. Perfect. Now we are going to add a separator to our sidebar. So back to properties form sidebar. And we are going to add a separator that you can import from UI separator. Let's also add some margin, so class name, margin bottom 4. Perfect. Now let's try if everything is working fine. So we are going to add 3 elements. The first one will be L1, the second one L2, and the third one L3. Perfect. And now that we can distinguish between different elements with different labels, we are ready to implement drag and drop functionalities between designer elements. Because right now, as you can see, I can drag the element 2 after the element 3. Or if I try to drag the element 3 before the element 1, the order of the elements is not changing. So we are going to implement this. Let me point out that in this application, we will have 3 different drag and drop scenarios. The first one is when we have a sidebar element dragged over the drop zone area. The second one is when we drag a sidebar element over a designer element. And the third one is when we drag a designer element over another designer element. Now let me point out that the first scenario that we have already implemented actually is broken, because as you can see, when I have no elements, everything is working fine. So let's rename this element to be element 2. Let's try now to drop this element again in our drop zone. And as you can see, the text field is dropped in the first position, because what we are doing here is add element on the first position. What we are going to change is that we are going to drop this element in the last position. So what we need is just replace this 0 with elements.length. So let's try it. Perfect. You can also notice that if I drop an element over a designer element is adding this element in the last position. And we can prevent this by just checking the overhead element. So we are going to define const is dropping over designer drop area. We are going to set this with over.data.current.isDesigner drop area. And as you can notice, we have set up this property right here. Now let's update the if statement with is dropping over designer area. Let's try it back again. So I'm refreshing the application. So let's drop the first element. I'm dropping an element in the drop zone. And as you can see, it's working. Now I will try to drop over a designer element. And as you can see, it's not working. Perfect. Now the first scenario is done. Then we are going to implement the second scenario. We are going to return. Let me comment this so you will find it back on the GitHub repo code. So first scenario, dropping a sidebar button element over the designer drop area. Let's remove this. We can also avoid this kind of comment because what we can do is just define a variable with a longer name. For example, dropping sidebar button over designer drop area. And this will be a boolean that takes the value returned by this end operator. And then we can use this variable inside our if. Now, as you can see, we have a longer variable name, but the code now is more self-explaining. So we can get rid of this comment. Now we are going to handle the second scenario where we drop a sidebar element over a designer element. Const dropping sidebar button over designer element. This will take isDesigner button element, and also another variable that we have to define is dropping over designer element. Let's define this variable. Const is dropping over designer element. Now, in order to set the value for this variable, let's go back to our designer wrapper element, which is at the end of this file. And if you remember, we have split the droppable into two droppables, one for the top half and one for the bottom half. So we can just check if we are dropping in one of those halves. So let's scroll up again, and then we are going to set is dropping over designer element top half, then over .data.current is top half designer element. Let's copy this, let's paste it, and then we will change top half with bottom half. Also here, so is bottom half designer element. And then we are going to define this variable. So const is dropping over designer element, and we are going to check if it's dropping over designer element top half or is dropping over designer element bottom half. And now we can handle the second scenario, so if dropping sidebar button over designer element. So now we need to create and add an element in a specific position. So we can copy the code from the first scenario. Back here, so I'm just going to say second scenario, so for you it will be easier to follow in the video. Let me add here first scenario. And the difference between the first and the second scenarios is that we are going to position our new element in a different index. So index for new element. Now we need to define this. So the first thing that we need to find is the index of the overhead element. Then we have to check if we are dropping over the top half or the bottom half. So the first thing is const over element index equal elements.findIndex l.id equal over.id. Then we are going to check if over element index equals -1. In this case, we will throw new error element not found. And then we are going to define const index for new element. And in this case, we are going to assume over element index. Basically, I assume I'm on top half. So then I can just check if is dropping over designer element bottom half. In that case, index for new element will be over element index +1. Then we need to change const with let. So let's try it. Now let's define this L1, L2. We are going to drop before L2. We have an error, element not found. So let's see why. And basically I'm using the over ID which contains top, and that's why we have added the element ID in the data, so we can use that. So const over id equal over.data.current.element.id. Let's replace over.id with over.id. Let's try it now. We are going to place this before element 2. Perfect. Now let's try again. We are going to place this before element 1. And we are going to place this over the drop zone. That's perfect. We are done now with the second scenario. Now we are going to handle the third scenario, which consists in dragging a designer element over another designer element. So what we need is const dragging designer element over another designer element. Let's make it false for now. So we can already use is dropping over designer element because we already defined that. So this, and also we need is dragging designer element. So let's define that. Const is dragging designer element. Back to our designer element wrapper to check what we have. And as you can see, we can use the isDesignerElement property. So back to our code. And then we are going to read active.data.current.isDesignerElement. And now we can just check if dragging designer element over another designer element. In this case, we are going to find the index of the active element, the index of the overhead element, and then we are going to move the active element before or after the overhead element. So const active id equal active.data.current.element.id. We can do the same for the over one, so over id, over.data.current.element.id. Then const active element index equal elements.find index l.id equals active id. Let's copy this, let's paste it, so over element index over id. So now what we are going to do is just to put the dragged element before or after the overhead element. We are going to check if active element index is equal to -1 or over element index equal -1. Then we are going to throw new error element not found. Then we are going to make a copy of the current active element. So const active element equal. And then we are going to take the element in the elements array that is on the active element index. And then we are going to copy it with the spread operator. Then we are going to remove this element. So remove element active id. So let's import this from the useDesigner hook. Remove element. Back to our code. And then we can just add element, new index, and we are going to add the active element. Now we are going to set the new index, and we can do basically what we have done in the second scenario. So let's take this index for new element. We are going to replace this. Let's refresh the application, and now we are going to check all three scenarios. So let's try the first one. Now we are going to drop a text field over the drop area. Perfect. Now we are going to rename this into element 1 and also this into element 2. Now we are going to drop the text field before the second element, so let's try it. Perfect. Then we are going to delete this. Then we are going to drop the text field before the element 1. Perfect. And then we are going to drop the text field in the designer drop zone. So probably what we can do in order to show that better, we can just make a bigger ring. We can make this ring inset and also change the color. So let's try now. And as you can see, if I drop over the designer area, you are going to see a better ring. Let's try to drop it. And I'm placing it in the last position. Perfect. Then let's try to drop the second element at the top. Perfect. Right now we have covered all the drag and drop functionality of the application. Let's now move in the preview of our final application. Now what we are going to do, let me create a simple form, is to create this form preview. And as you can see in the form preview, we can interact with the elements. So let's go back to our application and start implementing this. Back to the Project Explorer and let's open the preview dialog button.tsx. Then we are going to get the elements from the useDesigner hook. Then we are going to return a dialog component that you can import from Components UI dialog. Within it, we are going to add dialog trigger that you can import from components UI dialog. And inside this dialog trigger, we are going to move our button. And then we add the asChild property to the dialog trigger. After the dialog trigger, we are going to add dialog content that you can import from components UI dialog. Let's style the content, so class name, with the screen, H screen, max H screen, max width full, flex, flex call, flex grow, padding 0, and also gap 0. Then inside let's add a div, and we are going to style this div with the px4, py2 border bottom. Inside this div we are going to add a paragraph, we will style it, text LG, font bold, text muted foreground. Let's write form preview. Now let's open the form preview and let's check it. Perfect. Then let's add another paragraph, let's style it, text small, text muted foreground, and inside we are going to write, this is how your form will look like to your users. Then after the div, we are going to add another div, and we are going to style it with background accent, flex, flex call, flex grow, item center, justify center, padding 4. Then we are going to apply the paper background that we have applied also in the designer. So back to the form builder file, we are going to copy background URL paper and also the dark option. So back to preview dialog button, then let's paste the style that we have copied, and then overflow Y auto. Then inside this div we are going to add another div and we will style it. This will be the card that contains our form, so max width 620 pixels, flex, flex call, gap 4, flex grow, bg background, h full, w full, rounded 3xl, padding 8, overflow y auto. And then within this div we are going to show our elements. So we are going to map over elements, elements.map element, and for each element we are going to show his form component. So const form component equal form elements, and you can import this from form elements of the element.type dot form component. And then we are going just to return the form component. We are going to set a key, so element.id, and that's it. And then we are going to do what we have done also for the designer component and the properties component. So we are going to set element instance variable. We are going to pass element to it. Now let's go back to the form elements.tsx file, and we are going to update the form component type to be a React functional component that accepts a property called element instance of type form element instance. Now what we have to do is to define this form component. So back to our text field. Now we are going to define the form component, but before doing that, let me put the designer component before the properties component. So let's replace this empty component with a form component. We are going to copy the designer component, let's paste it, and then let's rename the duplicated one with the form component. And as you can see, now we have a better UI. So let's go back to our designer, let's rename this with the first element, and this with the second element. Back to our preview, and everything is updated. Now what we are going to do is to remove the read-only and also disable property from the input, because the form will be interactive. And that's it, we have done also the form preview. Let me show now what we are going to do. Basically, we are going to use only the text field for now. We will add all these fields later on, but before adding those fields, what we are going to do is just save the form. We are going to publish it. And then we are going to create the submit form page. So let's try it, test submit. And we are also going to create form validation and also this page where we can see the submissions of our form. And after the crafting of the detail and the submission page, we are going to implement all the elements that you can see in this demo. So back to our application. And now we are going to implement the save button and also the publish button. So back to our save form button.tsx file. Then we will need all the elements. So elements, use designer. Then we are going to create a function called update form content, which will be an async function. And inside we will have a try catch block. And in the try block, we will have a const JSON elements and we are going to convert our elements to JSON, so JSON.stringify elements. Then we need to update our database. So let's go back to our actions folder, form.ts file. We are going to define a new function, export async function, update form content, that takes an ID of type number and also JSON content of type string. Then we will get the user. And then we are going to update the form. So return await prisma.form.update where user ID user.id. Then we will check the ID of the form. Then we are going to update the data. We set content to JSON content. Back to our save form button. Now what we can do is await update form content, and you can import it from actions form. And as you can see, we need the ID, but actually we don't have it. So let's type ID for now, then we are going to import it. And also we are going to use JSON elements. If everything is okay, we are going to show a success toast, and you can import it from components UI use toast. Let's set the title to success. And description, your form has been saved. Then let's go in the catch block and let's add the error toast. So title error, description something went wrong, and also variant destructive. Then we are going to start this update form content with the new use transition hook from React. So let's use it, const loading start transition equal use transition, and you can import it from React. Then we are going to style and disable the button. So disabled, we are going to disable it if we are loading. On click, we are going to start our transition, start transition, update form content. And then if loading is true, so if loading is true, we are going to show a spinner. So we are going to import an icon called FA spinner, and you can import it from React icons FA. And then let's add a class name, animate spin. And now we need the ID of the form. So what we can do is just add it to the properties of the component. So ID, let's type it, ID of type number. Now back to our form builder.tsx file, and then we are going to add the ID property to the button. So ID form.id. Okay, now we are going to try it. So back to Prisma Studio. Let's refresh our forms. As you can see, the content is empty for our forms. In this case, we are going to update the form with the ID, I suppose, 2. So let's try it. Let's refresh. And now, as you can see, I have my content that contains, let me copy this, and this is the JSON content that we have saved in the database for the form. Now you can see that if we refresh the page, this form is empty. And this happens because we have to fill the DesignerContext elements with the form content. So let's go and do that. So what we need is a use effect that has the form as dependency. And now we need a function that sets the element. So back to our DesignerContext, and we are going to export set elements. So let's add it to our DesignerContext type, set elements. And this is the type of our set elements function. So you can copy it and paste it. Now let's export set elements in the values. Now back to the form builder.tsx file. We are going to get the set elements function. So const set elements equal use designer. Then we are going to get and set the form elements from the form content. So const elements equal json.parse form.content, and then set elements. Then we will also need set elements in the dependency array. Now let's refresh, and as you can see, there is a delay between the rendering of the page and the rendering of the form. And if you want to avoid it, we can just add a state. So const is ready, set is ready, use state false. Then you can just set is ready true. Or you can delay this even more with, for example, set timeout. And then if is not ready, you can return a div. Let's style it with flex call, item center, justify center, full width, h full. And we are going to return inside this div the same loading spinner that you are using in the builder page in the loading.tsx file. So let's copy this back to the form builder, and we are going to return this. Let's import this icon from React Icons IM. Now let's try it, and as you can see, we still have a delay, and this happens because the isReady state is not linked with the DesignerContext element state. Now, for simplicity, we are going to update the isReady state with a timeout in order to delay the render. But the best approach will be to just set the initial value of the elements in the DesignerContext to undefined, and then inside the designer.tsx file, render a loading spinner while the elements are undefined. By the way, let's move on and implement the delayed render approach. So const ready timeout equal set timeout, and then we are going to set isReady true after 500 milliseconds, for example. Then on component unmount, we need to clear the timeout. So return clear timeout, ready timeout. Then let's fix the UI. I forgot to return this. Now let's try it again. Perfect. And let's also improve the use effect hook with some code that I forgot to add. What we need to do is add if isReady, and if isReady we are going to return. Now we can move on and implement the publish button. So back to our project explorer, and inside components folder we are going to open publish form button.tsx. Then we are going to import something, so import alert dialog action, alert dialog cancel, alert dialog content, alert dialog description, alert dialog footer, alert dialog header, alert dialog title, and lastly alert dialog trigger. And we are going to import from ./UI/alert dialog. Perfect. Now back in our code, let's wrap this button with alert dialog. Then we are going to wrap it again with alert dialog trigger. And let's add as child property to the trigger. Then after alert dialog trigger, let's add alert dialog content inside alert dialog title that contains the question, are you absolutely sure? Then alert dialog description. And we will put the text, this action cannot be undone. After publishing, you will not be able to edit this form. Let's add the 2 line breaks. Then we are going to add a span with the medium font, so class name font medium. And inside the span we put, by publishing this form, you will make it available to the public and you will be able to collect submissions. Then we are going to wrap the alert and the description with alert dialog header. And after the header, we are going to add alert dialog footer. Inside, we are going to add alert dialog cancel with the text cancel. And then alert dialog action. Inside, we are going to write proceed. And we are going to show a spinner while loading. So let's add also loading. And then we are going to use FA icon that you can import from React Icons /FA, class name animate spin. Then we are going to disable that alert dialog action when loading is true. And on click, we are going to prevent the default behavior, so e.prevent default, and then start transition of publish form. Now we are going to implement the loading state and the publish form function. So let's scroll up. Let's add const loading start transition, use transition hook that you can import from React, and then async function publish form. Let's add a try catch block. In the catch we are going to show an error message, so toast that you can import from components UI, use toast, title error, description something went wrong. Back in the try block, and then we are going to call a function that we have to define, so await publish form, and we are going to pass the form ID to this function. And then we are going to see a success toast. Success, your form is now available to the public. Now we need the form ID, so let's do the same that we have done with the save button. So let's add a property called ID of type number. Back to our form builder.tsx file, and let's add the ID property to our publish form button. Now back to the project explorer, inside the actions folder, let's open the form.ts file, and we are going to define export async function publish form that takes ID of type number. Inside we will check the user as always, and then return await prisma.form.update data. So we are going to set published to true, where user ID is equal to user.id, and also the form ID must match. Perfect. Now back to our publish form button.tsx file. So let's rename this function with a lower p. Then we are going to import our server action. Let's refresh the application. Now let's try it. So we can do publish, proceed. Now let's check Prisma Studio. We are going to check if we have published the form. And as you can see, published is true. So back to our application. And then after publishing the form, we are going to refresh the page. So import use router from next navigation. Const router equal use router. And then after the success toast, router.refresh. Now let's reset the published state. So let's put this to false. Now let's refresh the page. Let's try again to publish it. And as you can see, I published the form. So if you go back in our form builder, when the form is published, we are not going to see the same form button and the publish form button. Perfect. Then we are going to return a custom UI if the form is published. So if form published, then return, we are going to return a fragment that contains a div, and we are going to style this div with flex. Flex call, item center, justify center, h full, w full. Inside we are going to add an h1, and we will style that. So text center, text for XL, font bold, text primary, border bottom, padding bottom 2, margin bottom 10. And inside we are going to add form published and these emoticons. But this is not centered because we have a typo here. Perfect. Then let's add a h2 that we are going to style with text to XL. And inside we write share this form. Then let's add an h3 and we will style it. So text XL, text muted foreground, border bottom, padding bottom 10. And inside we'll put anyone with the link can view and submit the form. Then let's add another div, let's style it. Margin Y4, flex call, gap 2, item center, full width, border bottom, padding bottom 4. Then within the div we are going to add an input element that you can import from components UI input, class name full width, read only, and then value. And we are going to define this in a minute. So let's close the input tag. Now let's go here and let's define const share URL. Then we are going to use a string literal. Inside we are going to interpolate window.location.origin /submit/ and then we are going to interpolate again form.share URL. Then let's wrap everything that is inside the div with another div. Let's style this div max with MD. Then after the input component, we are going to add a button component that you can import from components UI button. Let's style it, so class name margin top 2, full width. Let's close it. Inside we are going to write copy link, and then let's add the onClick function, and then navigator.clipboard.writeText share URL. And then we are going to show a success toast, so toast, and you can import it from components UI use toast, title copied, description link copied to clipboard. So let's try it. Let's try to paste. Perfect. Now let's scroll down, and after the div we are going to add another div, so let's style it, flex justify between. Inside we are going to add a button variant link as child, and inside we are going to add a link component that you can import from next link. Then we set href to the home page, class name gap2. Inside we are going to use BS arrow left icon that you can import from React icons BS, and then go back home text. Now let's copy this button, let's paste it. Let's replace the go back home with form details. Let's remove this arrow, and after form details text, we are going to add another icon, BS arrow right, and you can import it from React icons BS. And let's change href with a string literal that contains /forms/ and then we are going to interpolate form.id. And the last thing that we are going to do is to add the confetti effect to this page. So back to the terminal, then type npm install react confetti. Let's import it. So import confetti from react confetti. Back to our published UI. So here we are going to add confetti component. Then we set width window.inner width, height window.inner height. Perfect. And then we want a way to disable this animation. So recycle false. So let's try now. Let's refresh the page. Perfect. You can also increase the number of pieces, for example, to 1000. Perfect. Now we are ready to create our form details page. So let me show you that. Let's go back to our preview application. And then we can just click View Submissions. And this will be the detail page for our form. So back to our Project Explorer. Let's open the dashboard folder inside the app folder. And we are going to copy the builder folder. So let's copy it. Let's paste it. We are going to rename it with forms. Then let's open page.tsx file inside forms ID. And then we are going to replace the form builder with a fragment for now. Now let's go to form details. And as you can see, it's working. We have details here. Then let's go back to our application homepage. So I'm clicking the logo. And as you can notice, I don't have any indication that I'm moving between routes. So back to our terminal. Then let's type npm install NextJs -top loader. Then let's go back to our application layout. So inside the app folder, let's open the layout.tsx file. And before the designer context provider, we are going to add next top loader. Then we can import it. So back here, import next top loader from NextJs top loader. I have a typo here. Now let's try to follow a link. So let's click here. And as you can see now, I have a progress bar when I change pages. Perfect. Now let's go back to our forms ID page.tsx file. Then let's click View Submissions in our application. Then let me show you the preview. We have some basic information like title and share URL. Then we will have the stat cards for the form statistics. And then we will have the form submissions. So now we are going to add the title, the share link, and also the statistics to our page. Back to our application. So in order to calculate the statistics, what we can do is just go to the Explorer, in the Actions folder, form.ts file, and then inside Get Form Stats, we can copy these formulas. Now back to our page.tsx, we are going to paste the formulas. Now what we can do is just extract const visits and submissions from the form, so equal form. And by doing this, we have calculated the stats for our page. Back to our fragment, let's replace the details text with a div. We are going to style it with py10, border top, border bottom, border muted. Inside this div, we are going to add another div, so div and then class name, flex justify between container. And with container, we are just setting a max width for the content based on the current breakpoint. Then we are going to add h1 and we will style it with text for Excel, font bold, truncate. Inside we will have the form name. So let's refresh the page. Perfect. So I think that we don't need a border top. Then after h1, we are going to have a visit button component that takes share URL property. So let's set it with form share URL. Then let's go in our Project Explorer, inside components, let's create the file visit button.tsx. Then let's mark this to be a client component, rfc. Let's add the properties, so share URL, which is a string. Then inside we are going to define const share link equal string literal. We are going to interpolate window.location.origin / submit / and then we interpolate share URL. Then we are going to replace this div with a button. So button, and you can import it from components UI button. Inside we are going to write visit. Then let's style the button, so with 200 pixels. And on click, window.open share link, and the target will be blank in order to open it in a new tab. Now back to our page.tsx file, let's import visit button from components visit button. And now after refreshing the application, we have an error because window is not defined. And this is happening because the builder page, which I have to rename because this is the form detail page, and this page is a server component. So what we have to do is go inside visit button, and we are going to render this button only after iteration. So what we are going to do is const mounted, set mounted, use state false, then use effect with an empty dependency array. We are going to set mounted on true, and this will work because use effect works only on client. And then if is not mounted, return null. And by doing this, we are avoiding window not defined error. Now let's refresh the application. Perfect. Then let's go back to the layout.tsx file inside forms ID, and let's add flex call. Perfect. Now back to our page.tsx. Then after this div, let's add another div, and let's style it with padding Y4, border bottom, border muted. Within this div, we are going to add another div, and let's style it with container, flex, gap to, items center, justify between. And inside this div, we will have a component called form link share that has the same share URL property that has the visit button. So let's put it. Now back to our project explorer, let's copy the visit button file and let's rename it with form link share. Let's go inside. Let's also rename the component, so form link share. Then let's replace this button with a div that we will style with the flex grow, gap for items center. Inside we will add an input that you can import from components UI component. The value takes share link, and this will be read-only. And then we will have a button that within it has an icon called IM share that you can import from React icons IM. Let's style this icon, so margin right to H4 width 4. Then let's add share link text to it. Then let's style the button, so class name max width 250 pixels. And then on click, we are going to copy the URL in the clipboard. So navigator.clipboard.write text share link. Let's also add a toast. So toast, title copied, description link copied to clipboard. Let's import toast from components UI use toast. Now back to our page.tsx. Then we are going to import form link share from components form link share. Then let's wrap this form link share with another div. Let's style the div with container flex gap to item center justify between. Then we will need to close this div earlier, so let's move this here. And now everything should look fine, but I don't see the border buttons, so I think, yeah, we have a typo here. Let's try now. Perfect. Then we are going to add another div. Let's style it. Full width, padding top 8, gap 4, grid calls 1, on medium grid calls 2, and on large screen grid calls 4. And let's also add container class. Then let's go inside, and now we need to put stat cards here, so we can copy those from app folder, dashboard, page.tsx. And we can copy all the stat cards that we have here. So let's go back to our page.tsx, and let's paste the stats cards inside the div. Then we are going back to our page.tsx index file, and we are going to export the stats card component. Then back to our page.tsx file inside the dashboard form ID folder, and we are going to import the stats card. Then we are going to import all the icons, so import LU view from React icons LU, import FA VP forms from React icons FA, import high cursor click from React icons high, and the last one, import TB arrow bounds from React icons /TB. Then let's go back to our stats card. Let's remove data. Loading will be false. Let's do the same. Also loading will be false. Let's remove data, loading false. And also in the last card, we are going to remove data and loading false. Let's refresh the page. Perfect. Now let's fix this share link button. So back to form link share button. And we are going to change max width to be width. Okay, perfect. Back to our page.tsx. Let's scroll down. And after this div, let's go and create another div with style container padding top 10. And inside we are going to put submissions table component that takes ID, which is form.id. Now we are going to define this component. So function submissions table takes ID of type ID number. And from it, we are going to return a fragment that contains a h1 tag with some style. So let's style it. Text to Excel, font bold, margin Y4. And inside we are going to write submissions. Perfect. Now let's go back to our preview application. And in order to get the submissions, what we have to do is to create this submit page that will take a form, render it, and save the submitted form content. So let's go and define this page. Back to our Project Explorer. And inside app directory, we are going to create a directory called submit. Within this folder, we are going to create a dynamic route folder. So let's call it brackets form URL. Then inside, we are going to add the page.tsx. And then let's go in the dashboard builder folder and let's copy error, layout, and loading page back to our submit folder, back to our form URL folder, and let's paste error, layout, and loading tsx file. Then we are going to copy the content of the layout file inside the dashboard folder, so the layout that contains logo and theme switcher and the user button component. So let's copy this. Now back to our submit folder, inside form URL, let's open the layout.tsx file and let's replace this content with the content that we have copied. Then we are going to remove the user button, like this. Then we can get rid also of this div. Now back to our page.tsx inside form URL, RFC, and let's rename this page submit page. So back to our application. So let's try it. So back here, let's press the visit button. Perfect. Now we need a way to access to this form URL that we have defined in our folder name. So we are going to read those from the params that we are getting from NextJs. So params that has a type object that contains form URL of type string. So now we can just check this URL. So params form URL. Perfect. Now we need a public API that takes the form URL and returns the content of the form. So const form await get form content by URL, and inside we are going to use params form URL. Now let's define this function to be async. Now back to our Project Explorer, let's open form.ts file inside folder actions. Export async function get form content by URL, form URL of type string, so return await. And since we have also to update the visits on this page, we are going to use prisma.form.update. We are going to select only the content that we need, and for this API will be the content property, so select content true. Then we are going also to update the visits field, so data, visits, increment by 1, and then we are going to add the where clause, so where share URL is equal to form URL. And we have an error because we have to make this share URL unique. So back to our schema.prisma file, and let's make this share URL property to be unique. So back to our terminal and type npx prisma migrate dev, type y, and then enter a name for the migration and press enter. So back to our code, and as you can see now the error is gone. So back to our page.tsx file, and we are going to import get form content by URL from actions form. Then we are going to, if form is null, we are going to throw new error, form not found. As you can see, I have an error with Prisma. This happens sometime, and you can just fix it by reopening your editor, in my case it is VS Code, and restart your application. So let's try it again, and now I don't get any error. Perfect. Then we are going to parse the form content, so const form content equal json.parse form.content, and we are going to cast it to form element instance array. And then we are going to get rid of this div and instead return a form submit component that takes the form URL, so params.form URL, and also the content form content. Now back to our Project Explorer, and inside the components folder we are going to create the file form submit component.tsx. This will be a client component, so let's mark it with use client. RFC, then let's add the properties, so form URL and also content. Let's type those properties. So content is an array of form element instance, and form URL is a string. Now back to our page.tsx, and we are going to import form submit component from components form submit component. Now back to our form submit component. Then let's replace this div with a new div. We are going to style it. Flex, justify center, full width, age full, item center, padding 8. Inside we will have another styled div, so let's create it, and let's style it with max width 620 pixels. Flex, flex call, gap 4, flex grow, bg background, full width, padding 8, overflow y auto, border shadow XL, shadow blue 700, and rounded. Then let's go inside, and now we are going to map over our elements, so content.map element, and for each element we are going to return const form element, which will be form elements that you can import from form elements of type element.type, and then form component. So now let's return this form component, return form element. So let's add a key because we are in a loop, so element.id. And then we have to add the element instance, so element instance equal element. Let's refresh the page. Perfect. Then we are going to fix shadow blue. And then we are going also to center this. So back to our Project Explorer. Inside submit for URL folder, we are going to open layout.tsx, and we are going to add to the div hscreen. Perfect. Now back to our form submit component. And after the loop, we are going to add a button that you can import from components UI button. Let's style it margin top 8, and inside we are going to write submit, and before the submit text we are going to add an icon called I cursor click that you can import from React icons hi. Let's style this cursor, so class name margin right 2. Perfect. Then we are going to create a submit function for our button. So on click, what we want to do is call submit form. So let's declare it. Const submit form equal, and for now this will be an empty function. Now the first thing that we have to do is to create a state for our form, and then we need a way to link this state to our form fields. So let's create const form values. For this particular state we are going to use ref, because in this way we are preventing re-rendering this component each time that we change values in the form. And the type for the useRef will be an object composed only by key and values of type string. So key of type string, and the value will be of type string. And let's set the default value to be an empty object. Now we need a function that takes a key string and a value string and stores it inside our form values object. So we are going to create const submit value, which is a function. Then we don't need to redefine this function because it's not linked to state. So what we can do is use callback. And inside we are going to define a function that takes key of type string, value of type string. Let's put also an empty dependency array for the use callback hook. And in the function body, we are just going to set form values.current key, and we are going to assign value to this key. Perfect. Now what we are going to do is to pass this function to the form element component and call it when the value changes in each field, for example on the onBlur event. So we are going to add a submit value property to the form element. Now let's go back to the form elements file, and inside form component we are going to add another property called submit value, which will be optional. And the type for this property will be a function that takes key of type string and also value of type string and returns nothing. Now what we can do is just export this type, export type submit function, and we are going to take this type from the submit value. Now back to our textfield.tsx file. Then let's go in the form component and let's add the submit value function in the form component properties. Let's type that, so submit value is optional and the type is submit function, and you can import it from form elements. Now we need to add a state value to our component, so const value set value equal useState empty string. Then let's go in our input, let's set the onChange event listener, so e set value e.target.value, and then on blur, if the submit value is not defined, we are going to return. Otherwise, we are going to call submit value with the element.id and also e.target.value. So e, and then we are going also to show the value, so value. So back to our form submit component, and let's add a console log in our submit form. So console.log form values.current. Now let's try this. But I'm not able to write in my text field, so back to the text field. And as you can see, I don't know why I auto-complete it with this, but it's wrong. So e.target.value. Let's try it now. Value 1, and here we are going to put value 2. Submit. And now, as you can see, we have the form element ID associated with the value. Now we are going to create another form, so let's create it. Test submit form. Then let's add 3 fields. Let's rename the first field 1, the second field 2, and the third field 3. Then we are going to mark the second field and the third field required. Now let's save this. Let's publish it. Let's visit the form details page and then the form. And now we are going to define a way to validate our form. So what we are going to do is to define in each form field a validation function, and we are going to call this validation function on each field when we submit the form. By doing this, we can define a custom validation function in each field. For example, the select field, we will have a different validation. So let's go back to our form elements.tsx file, and we are going to add one property to the form component called isInvalid of type Boolean, and this will be an optional property. And then we are going to add another property to our form element type. We are going to add a validate property, which is a function that takes a form element of type form element instance, and also a current value of type string. And this function is going to return a Boolean. It will return false if the field is not valid, otherwise it will return true. So back to our textfield.tsx file. And now, as you can see, Typescript is complaining that this field needs a validate property. So let's go and define it. Validate, which takes form element of type form element instance, and also current value of type string. This function will return a Boolean, so let's define it. Now the first thing that I'm going to do is to cast my form element to my custom instance. So const element equal form element as custom instance. Then the validation function for the text field will be if element.extraattributes.required. In this case, we are going to return current value dot length greater than 0. Otherwise, if the field is not required, we are going to return true. Inside this validation function, you can do whatever you want. The important thing is that you are going to return true if the field is valid, otherwise you need to return false. Then let's move back to our form component. And earlier we have defined another property for this form component called isInvalid optional of type Boolean. After the value and set value state, we are going to define another state, so const error set error equal use state false. And then we are going to update the error where the isInvalid property changes. So use effect, the dependency array will contain isInvalid, and inside we are going to set error is invalid equal true. Then let's go in the label component, we are going to style it, so class name, and we are going to use the cm function error, and if error is true, we are going to show text red 500. Then let's copy this class name, let's go to the input, let's paste it, then let's go to the helper text and let's wrap the class name with the cm function that you can import from libutils. And what we are going to do is the same, so if error is true, text color red 500. And then what we are going to do is to avoid calling submit value if there is a validation error. So what we can do is const valid equal text field form element dot validate element, and the value that we are going to validate is e.target.value. Then we are going to set error valid, and then if it's not valid, we are going to return. So let's try it, and we have an error. Yeah, my bad, because now the field is valid and we are setting valid this way. So what we need to do is just to invert it. So set error true when valid is false. So let's try it again. Perfect. Now we are going to trigger field 2 on blur event without setting a value. So let's try it. Perfect. Back to our input, and let's change the class name to be border red 500. Now let's try to put a value here. And as you can see, the error state resets. Perfect. Let me point out that we still have an error, because you can still click the submit button that calls the submit function, and we are not triggering the third field validation error. So what we need to do is to validate each text field from the outside when we click the submit button. So let's go back to our form submit component, and we need a way to store also the validation errors. Const form errors equal useref. And the type in this case will be an object with key of type string and value of type boolean. And the default value will be an empty object. And inside the form errors object, we are going to store the IDs of the elements that are not valid. So then we will need also a validate form function. And you can also define this with use callback hook that you can import from React. So for now, let's add an empty dependency array. Then let's define the function body. What we are going to do is that for each field of the content, so for each field in the form, we are going to get the value of this field. So const actual value equal form values dot current of the field dot id. And let's also add a fallback value, because this can be null since we are not going to put, for example, a value in the third field. Then we are going to check if this field is valid. So const valid equal form elements of type field dot type. And we are going to call the validate function with the field and the actual value. Then we are going to check if it's not valid. If it's not, we are going to add this field to the form errors. So form errors dot current field ID equal true. Now let's go and type the validate form function, because this will be a function that takes nothing and returns a boolean. Then we are going to check if we have invalid fields. So if object.keys form errors.current .length greater than 0, this means that our form is not valid, so we are going to return false. Otherwise, we are going to return true. And we need to add the content variable as a dependency because we are using it inside. Then we can go in the submit form function. We are going to reset the errors on each function call, so form.current empty object, and then we are going to check if there are errors. So const valid form equal validate form. And then before moving on with the submit form function, what we have to do is go in our form element and add the isInvalid property, which will take form errors dot current of the current element dot id. Now let's try it, and as you can see, since we have used references, because we are using useref, we are not triggering a re-render. So what we are going to do in order to render again our form in case of invalid form is that we are going to check if our form is valid, so if valid form, then we are going to return, but before returning, we are going to show an error message, so we are going to use toast, and you can import it from UI, use toast. And let's put title error, description, please check the form for errors, and then variant destructive. And then we need to trigger a re-render of our fields. So what we can do is just update a key. So let's create a state that contains a key. So const render key set render key equal use state new date get time, and we are using the getTime function in order to get a random value. If you prefer, you can use, for example, math_random. Then we can use this render key in the div that wraps our elements. So here, key, render key, and then if the form is not valid, we are going to update our keys. So set render key, new date, get time. And thanks to this trick, we are going to re-render our form, because this is how React works. if you change the key of a component, that component will be re-rendered. So let's try it now. And as you can see, I have the errors, but there is still a problem, because now, as you can see, if I submit again, I lose my values. So what I have to do is just to add a default value to the form element, and we will set this with form values.current element.id. Then let's go back to our form elements. Then let's go in our form component properties, and let's add default value, which is optional and of type string. Then let's go to textfield.tsx file. Let's add the default value property to our form component. Then let's give it a type, so default value, which is optional, of type string. And then we are going to use the default value property as initial value for our use state, so default value or empty string. Now let's try it now, so value 1, then I click, and as you can see I still have my value set up, and I also get validation errors, so value 2, let's try to submit again. Now we are going to set also the last field, let's try now, submit, and as you can see now that the form is valid, I can see my form values. So what we need to do now is to create an API and store this form submission in the database. So let's go back to our form submit component.tsx. Let's define a new state, so const submitted set submitted equal use state false, and also let's use the use transition hook, so const pending start transition equal use transition that you can import from React. Then let's go back in our submit button. We are going to disable it while pending is true, and also we are going to wrap this with a div, or if you want with a fragment. And we are going to show this fragment only when pending is false. Otherwise, if pending is true, we are going to show a spinner, so IAM spinner2, and you can import it from React icons IAM, class name, animate spin. Let's close the tag. And then in the onClick body, we are going to call start transition of submit form. Now back to our submit form function. And after the validation process, let's add a try catch block. Then let's copy the error toast from here and let's paste it in the catch block. We are going to change the description with something went wrong. If you prefer, you can also define a custom error toast with these defaults. Then let's go in the try block. We are going to stringify our form value, so const JSON content equal JSON.stringify of form values.current. Then we are going to await a submit form function that takes form URL and also the JSON content. Let me rename this camel case. Perfect. So let's make this function async. Now we are going to create this submit form function. So back to our project explorer. Let's open the form.ts file inside actions, and we are going to export async function submit form that takes form URL of type string, content of type string, and we are going to return await prisma.form.update, and we need an update because we are going also to update the submissions count, so update data, and we are going to increment submissions, increment by 1. Then we are going to create a form submission, and if you remember, let's check the schema Prisma again. We have also a form submission model that takes the form ID and the content. So back to our form.ts file. So after incrementing submissions field, we are going to add the form submissions. Inside we are going to create one, and we are going to set content to content. And since we are creating this form submission inside the form object with prisma.form.update, Prisma will handle the relation for us, and it will set the form ID of the form submission with the form ID of the parent form. And then we need a where clause, so where share URL equal form URL. Back to our form submit component.tsx, and let's import submit form from actions form. Then after the submission, we are going to set submitted to true. And if submitted is true, we are going to return a custom UI. So if submitted, we are going to return a div, and we will style it with flex, justify center, full width, full height, item center, padding 8. Now within this div, we are going to create another div, and we will style it. And the style that we are going to use is the same of this div, so we can copy it. And then inside this div, we are going to add h1, and we are going to style it with text to XL, font bold, and we are going to write form submitted. So let's try it. We are going to submit this form, value 3. Perfect. And then we are going to add a paragraph, so P, we are going to style it with text muted foreground. And inside we are going to write, thank you for submitting the form. You can close this page now. And now we have finished our submission page. So let's go back to the preview. And what we are going to do now is to create this table where we can see all the submissions that we have received for a form. So back to our application. And before moving on with the submission table, we are going to fix a thing that I forgot earlier, which is an extra check in the submit form function. So back to our project explorer, and let's open the form.ts file inside actions. And in the where clause of submit form, we are going also to add published true. And with this field, we are preventing submissions on forms that are not published. So now let's go back to our dashboard, forms, ID, and then in page.tsx. Then let's scroll down until we find the submissions table component. And then we need to get the form and all the submissions to the form. So const form equal await get form with the submissions. And we are going to pass the ID to this function. Then let's make this function async. Then back to our actions form.ts file. And let's define export async function. Get form with the submissions that takes a parameter of type ID number. Then we are going to check the user, so we can just copy it from another function. And then return await prisma.form.find unique where ID. And in the where clause, I forgot to add the control on the user ID, so add it in order to get only the form details of form that the user owns. And then we are going to join form with form submissions. So what we can do is just include form submissions true. By doing this, Prisma will join for us the form with all the form submissions that has this form ID, and then it will include the form submissions property in the returned object. So now let's go back to our page.tsx file. Let's import this function from actions form. And now, as you can see, the type of the form is an object that contains form submissions, which is an array, and also all the properties of our form. Then we are going to check if the form is not null. Otherwise, we are going to throw a new error. So throw new error, form not found. Then we will get the form elements. So const form elements equal json.parse form.content as form element instance array. Then we are going to iterate over form elements and create the columns for our table. So let's start by defining the columns. So const columns. Then let's define the columns type, which will be an object with ID of type string, label of type string, required boolean, and also type of type elements type that you can import from components form elements. This will be an array, and then we are going to initialize this with an empty array. Then we are going to iterate over form elements, so for elements dot for each element. Then we are going to switch the element type, so switch element dot type. What we are going to do is just to create columns for the fields that we want. Let's go back to our preview, and as you can see, we have some elements, for example the layout elements, that doesn't have a value. So we are not going to show this field in the submissions table. So back to our application, and remember that actually in our application we have only the text field. So what we can do is case text field columns.push id element.id label element.extraattributes.label required element.extraattributes.required and the type element.type. Then we break, and then we also add a default case, and we will do nothing in this case, so break. Then we are going to show our table. So after the h1 tag, we are going to add a div, and we are going to style it, so rounded MD border. Within this div, we are going to add a table component that you can import from components UI table. Then we are going to add table header that you can import from components UI table. Within the table header, we will add a table row that you can import from components UI table. Now we are going to show our columns, so columns.map column, and for each column, we are going to return a table head that you can import from components UI table. Inside, we are going to show the column label. Then we are going to add a key to the table head, column.id, and also class name, uppercase. Then after the map operation, we are going to add another table head, and this will be the submitted at column. Let's style it. Text muted foreground, text right, and uppercase. And this is everything for the columns. Now we are going to show our rows. So after the table header, we are going to show table body, and you can import it from components UI table. And now we need a way to iterate over our rows. The first thing that we have to do is to define these rows. So const rows, let's give it a type of row array. And for now, this is an empty array. Then we have to define our row type. So let's go back here, type row. Basically, a row is a submission content. So we will have an object that has both key and value string. And then we are going to add an extra field, which is the submitted date. So we have an object where the key is of type string and the value is of type string. And then we have to extend this type, so let's extend it with submitted at field of type date. So as you can see, the row type is a generic object that has also a submitted at field. So let's go back to our rows arrays, and now we need to fill this. So we are going to iterate over form submissions dot for each. And for each submission, we will create a new row. So const content equal json.parse submissions.content, and then rows.push. And inside, we are just going to spread the content, and then we are going to add the submitted that field that takes submission.createdThat. Now let's go back in our table body, and then we are going to iterate over rows, so rows.map. And for each row, we are going to return a table row, and the key will be the index. So let's extract also the index. Then for each row, we are going to iterate over the columns, so columns.map. And for each column, we are going to return a row cell, and we will define this component in a minute. Let's add the key, so column.id. Let's also add the column type, so column.type. And then we need a value for this row cell, so value row of column.id. And then the last cell of the row will be a table cell with a class name of text muted foreground, text right, that contains the submitted at field. So we are going to format this date with the format distance exported by date FNS. And we are going to use a row.submittedAt, and then we are going to use new date, which stands for now. And then we set the option, so add the suffix true. Now we are going to define our row cell. Function row cell. Let's define the properties, so type value, and let's type the properties. So type is of type elements type, and value is a string. Then we are going to define let node of type React node equal value, and then we are going to return the node wrapped by table cell. So node. Let's try it. Perfect. Now let me point out that we are going to use this type property later on. And the way we are going to use it is this. So we are going to define a switch that checks the type, and based on the column type, we can choose to use a different UI for our table cell. And we are going to add this code later on after having implemented all the fields that we will have in the application. So let's remove it for now. Perfect. Right now we have implemented all the functionalities of our PageForm application. Let's now add all the form fields in order to complete our form builder. So we are going to do that right now, and we will start with the layout elements. Back to the form elements.tsx file, and the first thing that we are going to do is to add another element type. So we are going to create a union type, and then we are going to put title field. Now, as you can see, we have an error because we need to define our title field. So back to our project explorer. Then back in the fields folder, we are going to copy the text field, and we are going to rename it title field. Then let's open the file, and now we are going to edit the code. So the first thing that we are going to edit is this type. So this will become title field. Then we are going to remove these three extra attributes. We are going to rename the label with title. We are going to remove this and write title field. Then we are going also to edit property schema. We don't have the label, but what we have is the label, is the title. And then you can change, if you want, the validation for the title. The next thing that we are going to edit is the text field form elements. So we are going to rename this inside the titlefield.tsx file, rename symbol, title field form element. Then we are going to change the label for the designer button element with the title field, and we are also going to change the icon. We are going to use LU heading 1 that you can import from React icons/LU. Now this field doesn't require validation, so what we can do is just replace this function body with a function that returns always true. Perfect. Now back to our form elements. Then we are going to add the title field in the form elements object. So title field form element. And you can import it from fields titlefields.tsx file. Now we are going to add the title field button element to our sidebar. So let's go to form elements sidebar file. Let's copy this line. Let's paste it. And then let's change text field with title field. Now we are going to style this sidebar, so let's remove elements and let's add a paragraph instead. We are going to write drag and drop elements. Let's style the paragraph. Text small, text foreground 70%. Then we will add a separator and you can import it from components UI separator. Then let's style the separator, margin Y2. Then after the separator we are going to add a div and we are going to style it. Display grid. Grid calls 1, on medium grid calls 2, space Y4, place items center. Then let's put our sidebar elements inside the div, and then let's replace space Y4 with gap 2. Perfect. Then before the sidebar button elements, let's add a paragraph, and let's write layout elements. Let's style this paragraph. Text small, text muted foreground, call span 1, on MD call span 2, margin Y2, place self start. Now back to our title field.tsx. Let's start by updating the designer component. And in this case, we are going to get rid of the input. Then we are going to extract the title from the extra attributes. Then let's go and replace the label content with title field. Let's style the label. Text muted foreground, and then let's add a paragraph and we are going to style it with text XL, and inside we are going to put the title. Now we have finished the designer component for the title field. Now we are going to change the form component, but in this case the form component is much simpler to do because it is a read-only field, so we can get rid of is invalid and default value. The same here. So basically we can remove this, extract the title from the element, remove this div and replace it with a paragraph. Inside we are going to put the title and we are going to style the paragraph with text XL. That's it. This is our form component. So we can also delete the submit value property. So we can try it now. So let's put both the text field and the title field. And now let's check the preview of the form, and as you can see we have the title field. Now the last component that we have to change in the title field is the properties form. So let's go in the properties component. We can just remove everything from default values and add the title that gets element.extraattributes.title. Then in the apply change we are going to get rid of this and put title also here. And then we are going to change the first form field inside the properties component to become title. The label will be title. Then we can remove the form description. And now we can delete the form field for the placeholder, the helper text form field, and also the required form field. So now let's check the properties form. New title. Perfect. And for the title field is everything. Now the next field that we are going to add is the subtitle. So back to our form elements.tsx. Let's add the subtitle in the elements type. So let's extend elements type with subtitle field. Then back to our project explorer. Then we are going to copy the title field file. We are going to paste it and we are going to rename it subtitle field. Then open the file, and then we are going to change the type with SubTitle field. Then we can change the title value to be SubTitle field. Then we are going to replace the icon with LU heading 2 that you can import from React Icons LU. And the label also will become SubTitle field. Then we are going to update the designer component for this field. And basically we are going to make the text smaller, so text LG. Then let's go in the form component, text LG. And the properties component will remain the same. Then back to our form elements, because we have to update form elements object, so SubTitle field. And what we need is SubTitle field form element. But I can't import it because I forgot to rename the title field form elements. So let's rename it SubTitle field form element. Back to our form elements.tsx file and let's import it. Now the last step will be to add the SubTitle field to our sidebar. So let's go back to form elements sidebar file. Let's copy this sidebar button element. Let's paste it. And then let's change title field with SubTitle field. Then we are going also to copy the paragraph and let's paste it after the last sidebar button element. Let's change layout elements with form elements. And then we are going to move the sidebar button element after the paragraph. So let's try our SubTitle field. And then as you can see, there is an error in the designer component. We have to add the subword. Perfect. Now we are going to add the paragraph element. So back to our form elements.tsx file. So let's add paragraph field. Now back to the Project Explorer, we are going to copy the title field. Let's duplicate it and let's rename it paragraph field. Let's go inside the file and then we are going to change the element type to paragraph field. Then we are going to delete the title property and we will add text and the value will be text here. Then we are going to change the properties schema with the text and max length 500. Now, since we have already done this process for the SubTitle field, I will go a little faster on this, so I am changing this with paragraph. Then let's change the icon with BS text paragraph, and you can import it from React Icons /BS. Let's change title into paragraph. Then in the designer component, we are going to use text. So we are going to use the text here. Then let's replace this paragraph. Let's remove the style from the paragraph. Now let's move to the form component. We are going to extract text, use text inside the paragraph, and then let's remove the class name. And now we are going to edit the properties component. So we are going to change this with the text. Same here. Same here. Same here. Here and here text. Perfect. Now let's open the form elements sidebar. Then we are going to duplicate this and replace SubTitle field with paragraph field. And now we get an error because we need to go back to our form elements and add the paragraph field, which is paragraph field form element. Now let's refresh. Now let's try it. So let's check if everything is working. Yeah. Now the last thing that we are going to do on this field is to transform this input into a text area. So back to our paragraph field, and inside the properties component we are going to change the input field with text area, and you can import it from components UI text area. Then we are going to add rows 5, and now we are done with this field. So back to our form elements.tsx file, let's add a new element type, which is separator field. Then we are going to define it. So back to our Project Explorer, and inside the fields folder, we are going to duplicate the title field. Let's rename it separator field. Let's open the file. So let's change this with the separator field. This field will not have extra attributes, so we can delete those. We can delete this. We can also delete the custom instance. Let's change the icon with RI separator, and we are going to import it from React Icons RI. Let's change also title with separator. Let's also change title here with separator. Now let's move to the designer component. We can get rid of this line. Let's change title with separator. And here we are going to add a separator that you can import from components UI separator. Then let's move to the form component. we can delete this and replace this with a separator. So separator, then we can delete the properties form schema, and we are going to delete everything inside properties component. And what we are going to do is return paragraph that says no properties for this element. Now back to our form elements, we are going to add this to the form elements, separator field form element. And now we are going to add it to the sidebar, so form elements sidebar. Let's copy this sidebar button element, let's paste it, and we are going to display the separator field. Perfect, let's try it. So I will put one there and one there. Let's save, let's preview it. Perfect. Now we are going to add our last layout element. So back to our form elements.tsx. Let's extend the elements type with spacer field. Back to our project explorer, components folder. Inside fields, we are going to duplicate the title one. Let's rename it spacer field. Let's open this file. Then we are going to change title field type with spacer field. The extra attributes will be height, which is a number, and those will be pixels. Then let's change properties schema with height, then zod number, min 5, max 200. Let's rename this with spacer field form element. Then let's change the icon, so LU, separator horizontal, that you can import from React icons /LU. Let's replace title with spacer. Then let's move to our designer component. Then let's extract the height for the extra attributes. Let's change this with spacer field, and we are going to show the height, so 8 pixel, but we are not going to apply it. This is only a text. Then let's remove this paragraph, and then we are going to add an icon, LU separator horizontal. Let's style it, H8, W8. Then let's also add items center to the div. Then let's move to the form component. Let's extract height, and let's replace this paragraph with a div. Let's style it, so style, height, and also width 100%. That's all for the form component. And now let's move to the properties component. Let's change title with height, also here, and here, here, here. Let's write height. And for this field, we are going to use a slider. So let's remove the input for now. Now back to our form elements. Let's add the spacer field form element, and you can import it as always from the fields folder, spacer field. And those are all the imports that we have right now. Then let's go back to our form elements sidebar. Let's duplicate the separator sidebar button, and let's replace it with the spacer one. Now back to our spacer field.tsx file. Let's drag the element in the designer. And now we are going to finish this properties form. So form control, we are going to use a slider that you can import from components UI slider. The slider takes a default value, which is an array, and in this case it will contain field.value. Then let's style the form control, class name padding top 2. Then back to the slider. Then we are going to add a min value to it, which is 5, max, which will be 200. Then the step will be 1. And on value change, we receive the value, and then field on change, and value is an array, so what we need is value of 0. Now we need to display the current height, so what we can do is height pixel, and then we are going to do form.watch height. Let's try it now. So 200 pixels, let's put it after the title, let's try it. Those are 200 pixels. Now let's try to make it smaller. And as you can see, the space is smaller. Perfect. We have also finished the spacer field. So let's go back to our preview application to check the next elements that we are going to implement. Now the next field that we are going to add are the number field and the text area, which are very similar with the text field. Then we are going to add date picker, select field, and checkbox field. So back to our application, back to our form elements.tsx file. Let's add a new element type, number field. Back in our project explorer, components folder, fields. Let's duplicate the text field one, then rename it number field, then open it. And now we are going to change text field with number field. Then we are going to change the label, so number field. The placeholder will be 0. Then we are going to rename text field form element into number field form element. Then we are going to change the icon with BS123 that you can import from React icons /BS. Let's change it to number field. The validation function will be the same. Now let's move to the designer component. Everything will be the same except we are going to add in the input type number. Now let's move to the form component. Then we are going to change text field form element into number field form element. We are going to add type number to the input. And that's it. We don't need to modify anything else for this component. So back to our form elements.tsx. We are going to update our form elements. Number field form element that you can import from fields, number field. Now let's go and add the number field to the sidebar. So form elements sidebar. Let's copy the sidebar button element of the text field. Let's duplicate it. And then let's replace text field with number field. Now let's try it. So we have this number field. Let's see in the preview. Perfect. Now back to our form elements.tsx. Let's extend the elements type with a new one, which will be text area field. Now back to the project explorer. Inside components folder, fields. Let's duplicate the text field another time. Then we are going to rename it text area field. Let's open the file. Then we are going to change text field type with text area field. This becomes text area. And then we are going to add the rows property. Let's set it to 3. Same here, rows zod.number min1.max10. Then we are going to update the label, so text area field. Then the icon with BS text area resides, and you can import it from React icons BS. The validation function will be the same. So let's move to the designer component. Then let's extract rows from the extra attributes. And then we are going to replace the input with text area that you can import from components UI text area. Let's set the rows property with rows. Then let's go back to our text field form element because I forgot to refactor this. So let's change this text area form element. Then let's go in our form component. Let's extract rows from extra attributes. Let's change the input with text area. Let's set the rows property, so rows. Then let's move to the properties component. Let's add the rows to the default value, so element.extraattributes.rows. Let's also add the rows here and also in the update element. And then we are going to add a slider for the rows property. So let's scroll down until we find the required field. Let's copy the helper text field and let's paste it. Then let's change helper text with rows. Same here, rows. And we are also going to add form.watch rows. And then let's replace the input with a slider, so slider. And you can import it from components UI slider. Then we are going to set the default value, which takes an array. We will put field.value inside. A min value that will be 1. Max will be 10. Step will be 1. And then on value change, we take the value. And then field on change value 0. And then we can get rid of the form description. Perfect. Now back to our form elements.tsx file. And we are going to add the text area field to the form elements object. So text area form element. And then we are going to show it on the sidebar. So let's go to the form elements sidebar.tsx file. Then let's duplicate number field sidebar button element. And let's change it with text area field. Perfect. Let's try it. And as you can see, the designer UI is wrong. So back to our text area field. And what we need to do is just remove the rows property from the text area inside the designer component. Let's add it back. Perfect. Now let's put it after the field. Let's set the rows to number 10. Let's preview it. Perfect. Now back to the form elements.tsx. And we are going to extend our elements type with the date field. So as always, Project Explorer, Components folder, Fields folder. We are going to copy the text field 1. Let's rename it date field. Let's open the file. And now we are going to customize the field. So let's start by the type, date field. We are going to remove the placeholder from the extra attributes and also from properties schema. Let's change label into date field and let's change helper text with pick a date. Then let's rename text field form element into date field form element. Let's update the label, date field, and also the icon, BS field calendar date field, and you can import this from React icons /BS. The validation will be the same because in this field we are going to save the value as a string, and the string will be the formatted date, so this will be fine as a validation function. Now let's move on the designer component. We are going to replace this input with a button that you can import from components UI button. The variant of the button will be outline. Then let's style the button, full width, justify start, text left, font normal. And inside we are going to add a calendar icon that you can import from Redux UI React icons. Let's style the icon, margin right 2, H4, W4, and let's add a span with pick a date inside. Now let's check the result before moving on. So back to our form elements, let's add date field to the form elements object. So date field form element, you can import it from fields date field. Now let's go to form elements sidebar, duplicate TextareaField sidebar button, and replace it to date field. Now let's move back to datefield.tsx. Now let me remove something and let me drop the date field. Perfect, the designer component looks good. Now let's move to the form component. We are going to delete the value and add const date set date of type use state date. And the initial value will be if default value is defined, new date default value, otherwise undefined. So now let's add undefined here. Then we are going to replace the input with a popover that you can import from components UI popover. Within the popover we will have popover trigger, and you can import it from components UI popover as child property. And inside we can copy the button that we already defined in the designer component. So let's copy it, let's paste it. Then we are going to style this, so let's remove this style, let's wrap everything with the CM function, then full width, justify start, text left, font normal, and if date is undefined, text muted foreground, and also if error is true, then we are going to apply border red 500. Then we are going to display the value, so what we are going to do is if date, then format, and you can import this from date FNS, format date, and the format string will be PPP. Otherwise, if date is not defined, we are going to see this span with pick a date inside. Then we are going to add the popover content, and you can import it from components UI popover. Let's style it with auto, padding 0. Then we are going to set align property to start. And inside the popover content, we are going to add calendar that you can import from components UI calendar, mod single, selected date, on select we will take date, and then we are going to set date to date. Then if submit value is not defined, we are going to return, and then const value equal date to UTC string or empty string if date is not defined. Then we need to validate this, so const valid equal date field form element dot validate element value, and we are going to set error to true if valid is false, and then we are going to call submit value element dot id and value. Perfect. And then after the onSelect property, we are going to add initial focus property. Now let's move on to the properties component. And the only thing that we have to do is to remove the placeholder. So remove placeholder from here, from the update element function, and also let's remove the form field for the placeholder. Perfect. And now we will add the select field. So back to form elements.tsx, we are going to extend our elements type with a select field. Then back to our explorer. And then inside components fields, we are going to duplicate textfield.tsx. Let's rename it select field. Let's open the file, and then we are going to change the type from text field to select field. And after the placeholder, we are going to add options, which will be an empty array. Then in the properties schema, we are going to add options, which will be Zod array that inside takes Zod string. and the default value will be an empty array. Then let's rename text field form element with select field form element. The label will be select field, also here in the extra attributes. Then we are going to change the icon, so Rx drop down menu. So let's import this. Import Rx drop down menu from React icons Rx. And notice that the validation function will be the same because the value that we will store in our form will be the text of the option that we have selected. So this code will work fine for that case. Then let's move on to the designer component. And let's replace this input with select that you can import from components UI select. Inside we will have select trigger that you can import from components UI select. Let's style it full width, and inside we will have select value that we can import from components UI select. And we are going to add the placeholder property to select value, and we are going to set it with placeholder. So let's close this. Now before moving on, we are going to try this. So back to our form elements.tsx. Let's add the select field property to the form elements, and we are going to use select field form element that you can import from fields select field. Then we are going to move to form elements sidebar. Let's copy the date field sidebar button element, and let's change date field with select field. Now back to our select field.tsx file. Then let's add the select field to our form. And as you can see, the designer component is okay. So let's move to the form component. Then let's go back to the designer component. Let's copy the select component back to our form component. And we are going to replace the input with the copied select component. Then we are going to change on value change to our select component that takes a value. Then we are going to set the value with value. And if submit value is false, we are going to return. Otherwise, we are going to check const valid equal select form field dot validate element value. We are going to set error true if is not valid, and then we are going to submit the value. So submit value element dot id value. Then we are going to wrap the select trigger class name with the cm function, and then if error is true, we are going to apply border red 500. And then after the select trigger, we are going to add select content that you can import from components UI select. Then we are going to extract options from extra attributes. And inside the select content, we are going to iterate over the option, so options.map. And for each option, we are going to return a select item that you can import from components UI select. Let's set the key to option, and let's also set value with option. And let's display the option inside the select item. Perfect. Now let's move to the properties component. Inside the properties component, we need to add options to the default form values, so element.extraattributes.options. Then we are going to do the same on the apply changes function, so options, and then let's also add it in the update element. Then let's go and copy the form field that contains the helper text. Then let's paste after this field. Then let's change helper text to options. Let's show the properties component. Perfect. So let's change this to be options. Then we are going to remove form control. After form item, we are going to add a div, and we will style it with flex. Justify between items center. Let's put the form label inside the div. Let's change helper text with options. Then before the options for field, let's add a separator that you can import from components UI separator. Then after the form label, we are going to add a button that you can import from components UI button. Inside, we are going to use the AI outline plus icon, and you can import it from React icons/AI. And also we will set add text. Then let's change the variant of the button to be outline. Then class name gap2, and then on click. Then we need prevent default in order to avoid submit. And then form set value options. And then we are going to create a new element in the array. So field.value.concat in order to add a new element. And we are going to add an element with the option text inside. Or if you prefer, new option. Then we need to display those options. So after the div, let's add another div and let's style it. Flex call gap2. And inside the div, we are going to iterate the options. So form watch options dot map and we will take option and also the index. And for each option, we are going to return a div. Let's give it key index. Let's style the div. So flex item center justify between gap 1. And inside the div, we are going to put input, empty placeholder, value will be option, and on change, field.value index equals e.target.value, and then field on change, we are going to set field.value. So let's try it. And as you can see, I can add new options. So option 1, option 2, X. Let's try it now. Perfect. Now back to our code. And after the input, we are going to add a button, variant ghost, size icon. On click, e.preventDefault, then const new options. Then we are going to copy the options. So we are going to spread field.value. And then new options.splice index 1, and then field on change new options. Let's close the button, and inside we are going to use an icon, so AI outline close. And you can import this icon from React icons/AI. Now let's go to the end of the form and let's add a button. Inside we are going to put save, then let's style this with full width, and let's set type submit. And before the button, we are going to add a separator. Then we are also adding a separator before the form field of the required field. Perfect. And then we have to change the onBlur event. So let's delete the onSubmit and let's rename onBlur with onSubmit. Then we need to change the mode from onBlur to onSubmit. And then we are going to extract also set selected element from useDesigner. Now back to our apply change function, and after the element update, we are going to show a notification, so toast, and you can import it from UI use toast. The title will be success, and description properties saved successfully. And then after the toast, we are going to set selected element to null in order to close the properties form. So let's try it now. We are going to add option 1, then second option. Then we will mark this as required, and we will also change the label to be, for example, custom select. Let's save it. Now let's check the preview. Seems good. And the last thing that we have to fix inside the select field, which will be the most complex field that we have in this application, is that actually we are not using the value state. So back to our select, and what we are going to set is default value to value. So now we can try it. Let's add also a text field. Let's mark it required, and also a separator. Now let's save this. Let's publish it. Form details. Visit. Now let's try to submit. And as you can see, we have validation errors. So let's select second option. Let's submit again. And we still have validation error on text field. So let's put value here. Perfect. And now we are going to add the last field, and after that we are going to improve our submission table and also row cell rendering. So back to our form elements, let's extend the elements type with the checkbox field. Then back to our project explorer, fields, let's duplicate the text field file, let's rename it checkbox field, let's open it, let's change the type to checkbox field. Let's remove the placeholder. Let's rename text with checkbox. Then we are going to delete the placeholder for the properties schema. Let's rename text field for elements into checkbox field form element. Then checkbox field. Let's change the icon. We are going to use IOMD checkbox. Let's import it. So import IOMD checkbox from React icons.io. Then back to our form elements.tsx file. Then we are going to add the checkbox field to our form elements object, and let's set checkbox field form element that you can import from field checkbox element. Then let's go to form elements sidebar. Let's copy the last sidebar button element, let's paste it, and let's replace select field with checkbox field. Perfect. Now back to our checkbox field.tsx, and for this field we are going to change our validate function. If the element is required, we are going to return current value different from true, which is a string. Now let's go to the designer component. Then let's remove the placeholder variable. Let's remove the input. Then we are going to define const id, which is a string literal, checkbox, and inside we interpolate the element id, so element.id. Then let's style this div, so let's delete this. Flex item stop space x2. Then let's add a checkbox that you can import from components UI checkbox, and id takes id. Then let's add the HTML4 property to the label, and let's set id. Now let's try the checkbox. Okay, and let's wrap the label and the helper text with a div, so wrap with abbreviation, div. We are going to style the div, grid, gap 1.5, and leading none. Perfect. Now let's move to the form component. Then we are going to type value with boolean, and then we are going to change the initial value. So if default value is equal true, then true, otherwise false. Then let's go back to our designer component. Then let's copy the ID and also the return statement. Then back to the form component. And we are going to delete this return statement and paste the code that we have copied. Then to our checkbox, we are going to add the property checked and we set value. Then class name, and we will use cn function. If error, then border red 500. And then on checked change, we will get checked. Let value equal false. If checked equal true, then value equal true. Set value. If submit value is not defined, return. And then const valid equal checkbox for film element equal checkbox field form element dot validate element, and the value will be, if the value is true, will be a string true, otherwise a string false. Then we will have set error to true if is not valid, and then submit value element.id string value. Now let's define string value, so const string value equal, and we can move this, and we are going to write string value also here. Perfect. Then we are going to style the label, so class name, cn, error, and text red 500. Let's do the same for the helper text, so let's wrap everything with the cn function, and then if error is true, then text red 500. Then let's move to the properties component, and what we need is just to get rid of the placeholder field. So let's remove here, here, and also the form field that handles the placeholder, which is this one. Perfect. Now we are going to try it. Let's mark those as required. I agree, for example, checkbox 2, and then check 3. Let's save it. Let's publish this. And then before proceeding, let's go in the publish form button, because we have to change FA icons with FA spinner. And you can import it from React Icons FA. Now back to form details. Let's visit the form. So let's try to see if the validation works. Let's submit. And it is not working. So let's try to find out what is happening. Let's log console log current value. So current value is empty, and the problem I think is that, the problem is that we need to make this equal. By doing this, we are going to return false only when the field is required and current value is not true. So let's try now. Perfect. Now let's try to submit test. Let's select something here. Let's select also this. Perfect. Okay, now we are going to add a small improvement. So back to our form builder.tsx file, and inside the use effect body, we are also going to set selected element to null. Then we are going to add this to the dependencies of the use effect hook, and we are going to extract the function from the use designer hook. Okay, perfect. Now we have added all the elements for our forms. So let's go and create our final form test. And in this form, we are going to add all the fields that we have. So let's do that. Then we are going to make each field required. So number field, text area, date field, select field. So let's add option 1, option 2. required, save. And also the checkbox must be required. Perfect. Let's save it. Let's publish the form. Let's go to form details, visit. Now we are going to submit. And as you can see, the validation works. Now let's fill the form. So fake value here, 44, text area content. Let's pick a date. Let's try again the submit function. Perfect. Let's pick option 1 and let's check the checkbox. Then submit. Now back to our application. Let's refresh the page. And as you can see in the submissions table, I can only see one column. So let's go back to our Project Explorer and let's go inside App Folder, Dashboard, Forms, Page.tsx. Then let's check where we create the columns. And as you can see, we are handling only the text field. So we can add other cases, case number field. Let's save it, let's try. And as you can see, I can see the number field column. And as you can notice, I can see it now. Then we will have case text area field, then case date field, case select field, and the last one, case checkbox field. Let's refresh the page. Great, it's worth noting that we haven't modified the default field names in this form. That's why the table columns display default labels like text field or number field. If you assign a unique label to a field, that label will appear as the column header. And we are selecting the fields type that we want to show because it will be useless to show columns for the layouts fields. And the last thing that we are going to do in the application will be to improve how we render date fields and also checkbox fields. So let's go back to our row cell component. And after the node definition, we are going to switch type variable, case date field. Then if value is not defined, we will break. Then const date equal new date value. And then we are going to change the node to be a badge component, and you can import it from components UI badge, variant outline, and the content of the badge will be, which is a function that you can import from date FNS, of date, and let's set the format, so day, month, year. Then break, and then we will have case checkbox field. Then we are going to define const checked equal value equal true. And then we are going to change the node with a checkbox that you can import from components UI checkbox. Checked takes checked and disabled. Then break. Let's refresh the application. Perfect. As you can see, we have created a custom row cell for the date field and the checkbox field. Finally, we are going to deploy our application on Vercel. And before doing that, we have to fix the sign in and sign up page layout. Because as you can see, it's not centered. So back in our Project Explorer, inside the app folder, copy the layout.tsx file that you can find inside the dashboard folder. And we are going to paste the file inside the out folder. So let's paste it. Let's open it. Then we are going to remove the user button. And then we are going to edit the main class name. So h-full item center justify center. Perfect. And now we need to edit our package.json file in order to make it work on Vercel with Prisma. And what we are going to do is to add in the scripts object post install, and the value will be Prisma generate. Now let's go to Vercel dashboard, and after logging in or signing up, what we can do is import our project from GitHub. Then we are going to import the repository, in my case is PageForm repository. And now, before deploying, we have to set our environment variables. So let's open our .env files, and we are going to add each variable. So let's start by this. Then this. And then we are going to add our Postgres Prisma URL. And what we can do is just copy the text inside the double quotes. So let's do that. And also Postgres URL not pulling. Okay, that's perfect. Now click deploy. And now we wait until the deployment phase finishes. Now let's go to the dashboard. And as you can see, we have this deployment URL. So let's click it. Click visit, and our application is up and running. So let's try it. Everything is working, so that's perfect. Thank you for watching. If you need help, join the Discord server that you can find in the video description. If you enjoyed the video, please press the like button and subscribe to the channel. See you in the next video.